Sorry, did I pull it on you? When all this was done, people weren't sleeping now. Thank you. Take it off. Really?
I don't know. Did you figure out how to get that inside? Oh, yeah. I believe you got it. As long as you can.
Yeah.
Yeah. It's not really perfect because of all the wood, you know, so it's challenging. You really need to get it in the door and yeah, the design is good. Can I get one? I'm gonna try to do some tapes ahead. Exactly. We watch it all.
I know. Anybody else?
All right.
Oh, thank you for this.
Now 5:32. Let's begin the Hermosa Town Board meeting for Tuesday, April 7th. Let's do roll call. Kramer.
Here.
Ferguson.
Here.
Coots here. Service.
Here.
Matheny.
Yes.
I'd like to thank everyone else for showing up today. And yes, sir.
I would like to make a motion to invite Scott James to attend as the town attorney. See that board?
I second that motion.
Okay. So did you have any discussion on that?
I guess I don't understand, he needs to be sitting up here. He's representing our town. We have not voted on anybody else. We have not heard any other recommendations of this other person. And I would like to have Scott join us up here at the table.
Okay. I mean, we're breaking from the,
I don't care. This meeting's probably gonna be pretty disruptive anyway.
well, I don't think
Okay.
it needs to be.
Let me just, I would like to say something. No, I'm gonna say it, whether I'm sitting there or I'm standing up here. I'm speaking for myself and 90% of the citizens here. We would like to have Anthony turn his keys in and.
Okay.
remove us. No.
Sounds great.
Yeah.
I can see why you said it was gonna be disruptive.
Yeah, right, because we have heard some things and we have seen some things and he needs to be removed. Yes.
Okay.
That is the vote of the citizens, right, that are in this audience?
Okay.
No.
Sit down. We have a motion on the floor. Do we have any further discussion with the motion on the floor?
The motion is that Scott sit here, and I don't think,
Right, I mean,
I'm not sure anybody said he couldn't, but
Well,
we have a vote. I'm calling for a vote on the
Vote on
motion,
what?
on the motion that Aaron made.
It's okay, Donna. We've got a long meeting. We can address everything.
Yeah. yeah.
so all those in favor of the motion on the floor, please say aye.
Aye.
Sorry, I can't, there's no voting from the audience, please. Please say aye.
Aye.
Okay, all opposed, say nay. Nay. Any abstentions? Okay, so we have a motion.
Did you vote?
Did you vote? I didn't hear you. Okay.
Okay, so we have 4 ayes and 1 nay, so motion carries. So that was a break from a future or a past motion where the attorney was invited by the chair to the meetings.
That's right.
Okay, well, excuse me for a second. Okay, please stand for the pledge of allegiance. I
pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Okay, thank you. As far as the agenda goes, I do have some changes that we need to make. There was a little bit of a miscommunication, so we did miss an item on there or two. And also we need to address one of the other items too. So I'll go ahead and make the motion to amend the agenda. So for 3E, I'd like to add approval of the April 2nd special meeting minutes. I'd like to remove 7B. I'd like to add in its place a new 7B, which says approve engineer to complete engineering for all outstanding projects regardless of funding source. 9J, I'd like to add approved budget for WWTP beautification and public tour safety upgrades. And that's it.
I have one.
Okay.
The president's asked to be on the agenda and I would like to add them. I don't know where you want to add them, but they had made a request that they be on the agenda tonight.
Okay. Guess we could, I mean, we don't have a specific item for them, so we do new business, I guess.
Yeah.
17F. Pistons. Aaron, did you have-
That motion didn't get a second. We're a little bit outside of the quorum right now, but we're in that world. I would like to remove item 12A
I second that.
and add item 16A, revoke powers granted to board president.
Okay. We go to 12A. And would add one to what?
16A.
So it would be old business.
Mhm.
So we didn't have a past item that's outstanding. for that, so we'd have to add it to, I think, new business. And Donna?
I also would like to add on there, concerning the cemetery and their yard waste. For their,
Okay.
you know, they,
Okay, cemetery and yard waste. Okay, we have some changes. I don't agree with all the changes, so I will not be voting to pass this amendment, but do we have any further discussion on these? Okay, all those in favor of the amended agenda, please say aye.
I,
All those opposed, please say nay.
Nay.
Nay. So motion does not carry.
who seconded that motion? You did. Could we have some discussion on that?
Um, yeah, give me a second here. Okay, so I guess we can have some quick discussion to determine which items would, make it through a motion to accept. So did you?
I believe the precedent should be, on the agenda.
Okay.
Are we gonna go line by item and approve or disapprove?
I mean, I suppose we could do that. I only had a exception to a couple of items, which was the revocation of the powers and then the removal of 12A. So I would vote to accept an agenda with those on it.
So you're adding them to the agenda?
We don't have a motion to add right now. We're just having a discussion to see if we can find an agenda we can pass. Trina?
Revoking the powers or whatever that is. I was gonna ask that we have a board work session to discuss board and, board responsibilities, staff. I can just say it all now instead of at the end because it makes more sense. There's been some concern about harassment of board members, and I'd like to have the board sit down and discuss how to handle those. And when I was doing research on the state laws regarding harassment of officials, I also found that, there's tied with that is how board members cannot act alone, but say that they're on the behalf of the board and stuff. So all of those things, I was gonna ask if we could have a work session the end of the month, the last Tuesday of the month anyway. It seems like discussing the duties of the different positions on the board ties right into that. So if we could just move that to the work session, would the board be willing to discuss all of that together?
Aaron and Donna.
A couple things to cover. So, Trini mentioned like the duties of the board communicating. One thing we did pretty much dive right into with that was the media policy, where communicating with the public, so the board president / media representative communicates as the board, as the town, and then trustees, other officers, as long as they're identifying that it's their own unique opinion, not on behalf of the board.
Exactly.
Then that's in our media policy already. And beyond that, as far as legal 12A, reason for removal, we have nothing in the packet at all concerning this matter. Oh, no, this showed up. Not in the packet, but today. So really haven't had the substantial due diligence time to look at this. And as far as revoking the power granted to the board president, the only two, you might say, enumerated powers that have been granted are invitation or release of the attorney from participation in meetings, and as well as the agenda authority, both of which have gone off the rails, for lack of a better term.
Excuse me, you can't be making determinations like that in the meetings. That's something.
That's my opinion. I can share my opinion.
Okay, you can share your opinion. All right, so getting back to the agenda, Donna, did you have a thought on that?
Yes, the presidents had called last week and asked for it to be on the agenda today. And it was ignored or whatever, and I would like them on the agenda so they can speak what they wanted to bring to the town and the board members. And also the cleanup at the cemetery. They need to have a place to dump their waste, and I do not understand why they can't use our waste dumpsters on that. All those people that are, rest their souls, are up there. They've been a citizen of the town at one time, and they're, the cemetery committee is trying to make it beautiful, and I think they should dump the waste on that.
Okay, so getting back to the agenda, I guess I'll make another motion to approve the agenda with the former amendments, sans the revocation of powers and the 12A. Make the motion to accept or to amend the agenda in that way. Do we have a second?
I'll second it because I want to talk about the town attorney today.
Okay. Trina seconds. Do you have any further discussion on that one?
So please tell me again, which ones are on and which ones are off?
So it would be the approval of the, so 3E, approval of the April 2nd special meeting minutes.
Okay, I approve that.
Well, it's.
I'm just telling you.
Removal of 7B, replacing with approved engineer to complete engineering for all outstanding projects regardless of funding source.
Okay, I'll approve that.
Adding 9J, which would be approved budget for WWTP beautification and public tour safety upgrades.
Okay,
And then it would be adding the 17F, which is the Preston's presentation or questions or whatever they had. And then I was just never contacted directly by them, so.
Who else did?
What's that?
I'm sorry, I didn't hear what you said.
I just said I was just never contacted directly by them, so I'm not sure what.
I hadn't heard it either, so.
So,
The presidents, they sent an email to Terry, and Terry.
I forwarded it to you and Cal.
Well,
okay.
that
And then
was,
it
I'll
would
have to
be
look, thank you.
The cemetery yard waste discussion.
Okay,
So
I'm okay with all those things.
Okay. Any further discussion? Okay, all those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Oh, did you say aye?
I don't even know what it was.
Okay.
I'm mixed up now.
Okay. Did you want to vote in favor of that or not?
In favor of,
Of the current agenda as amended?
nay.
Nay. Okay, so we had 3 ayes, all opposed,
Nay.
3 ayes, 2 nays, motion carries. Thank you. Okay, now on to the consent calendar. Approval of the March 16 special meeting minutes, approval of March 16 local board of equalization meeting minutes, approval of March 17 regular meeting minutes, approval of March 20th special meeting minutes, and we had just added the approval of April 2nd special meeting minutes, which we have copies of those right here, I believe. So,
Oh.
Donna?
Well, I thought we talked about this, last month, and we wondered why all of a sudden we have 5 minutes to be accepted. Why aren't we doing those, right after that, when the next meeting is set up? Is it too hard to do, to get them okayed? And,
These are just the approval of the minutes through the board.
well, I realize that what they are.
Yeah. So they apparently were on the last agenda. But this is our first meeting in April, so maybe the only ones we could have done were the ones on March 17th. But we
March
could,
16th and
yeah,
17th.
on the March 17th meeting, we could have done the 16th and 16th, but I guess they weren't on there, so we have them all tonight, so. But as we established last time, or maybe the time before, they go out within 5 days of the meeting anyways.
Well, I realize Terry does her job as far as getting them into the paper. So that she's,
Right, and so, would you like to make a motion to approve then, or?
I make a motion we approve them with not letting 5 meetings go again. I just think it's not professional.
Okay,
Well, you can't approve minutes at a special meeting, I don't think. No. So, but yeah, you're right, it's a lot.
so we do have a motion on the floor. Do we have a second for that one?
I'll second.
Donna makes a motion, Trina seconds. Do we have any further discussion on these? Okay, seeing none, all those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Did you vote, Linda?
Well, I'm not gonna vote for the part that we don't let them add up to being that many out at a meeting. That, I mean, if that was part of the
Motion.
motion, I don't agree with that. I think that we do them when we can, and occasionally there's a problem which makes us not approve them at a meeting that we've had them
Right.
before. And so I mean, I would vote to approve all 5 meeting minutes, but not with the
Terry,
Would you
was
like
that
to?
part of the motion?
Well,
Would you?
it really wasn't part of the motion. I guess it was just a statement.
You don't want that part of your motion? You just want the motion to be the, your approval?
Yeah, that we approved the 5 meetings, but then I made a comment in the
Okay, that's just a
motion.
okay,
Okay,
okay, so that,
okay.
then I have an aye. Thank you.
In that case, okay, thank you. So, motion carries. So, conflict of interest declaration will, roll call voting for any agenda item that may have a conflict of interest. So with that, let's, move on to the volunteer of the year presentation. Go ahead and read that again. We have the flag here. Volunteer of the Year award winners is Dan and Shelley Martin.
Woohoo.
Dan and Shelley Martin run 3 organizations: Hermosa Connects, Hermosa Area and Growth and Development, and Hermosa Arts and History Association Museum. They were the original founders of Pop's Grocery. Dan is the president of Hermosa Connects, Hermosa Area and Growth and Development, and Hermosa Arts and History Association Museum. They devote personal time and hands-on labor to restoring the Hermosa Museum. Shelley played a central role in organizing the 2025 Hermosa, says the Hermosa Hunsaker event. Is that, it was in the
Huckster.
Huckster. Yeah, I thought that was kind of strange. Yeah, it's a Huckster. So thank you for that. Shelley played a central role in organizing the 2025 Hermosa Huckster event. They both organized the 2025 Christmas Carnival at the school. Their service is steady, generous, and rarely self-promoting. Recognizing Dan and Shelley's contributions reinforce the value and honor of volunteerism and keeps our town strong. So thank you, Dan and Shelley. Like to accept the award, Dan?
I can do that.
And just one with just that?
How much is there?
To that.
can I get one of you with that?
Sure. Sorry, I didn't know you were back there.
Got her.
21 or whatever.
Yeah, oh, I've been looking at Gary and.
That'd make anybody cry.
Alrighty, y'all ready to get back on track here? All right. Let's continue on. 6A FEMA Break Grant Monthly Progress Meeting. So that would be you, Anthony.
Yep.
Oh,
So-
and Joan.
Could I just have a minute
Go
before
for
you
it.
start? Well, I want to go.
Okay.
I can get a. I just wanted to let the board know that, Headwaters Economics, although they support Hermosa and our flood mitigation plans, have stepped back. In June, we will have been working with them for 3 years, and they feel that we're now ready. We're at the stage at the grant where their IT is not really needed. So, just have them pass them on, please. So, I would especially like the board to, maybe send an official thank you to them for 3 years of a lot of money and a lot of hard work that they've spent on us. We've also received, which I think I mentioned before, the state has accepted our generator grant. However, we are still waiting for FEMA to approve the generator grant. And with all the cutbacks and everything going on, I'm not sure how long that's gonna take. But, we put it in, submitted it May of 25, so it'll be coming up on a year soon, so I'm sure we should hear more soon. Anyway, that's all I wanted. Thank you.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
Thank you, Joan.
I'm just going to talk about the here, make everyone else on this.
Okay.
I forgot about the generator. That was for emergencies. Was it gonna be at this site?
Many sites,
Yeah.
all the wells here,
Yeah.
down at the
I think we
lagoon also,
covered
yeah.
that, yeah.
Mhm.
Would you like to, can you address that for us, Anthony?
Yeah, so we'll have, so there was 5 sites. We have the lagoon treatment plant site, we have the well down at Battle Creek, we have the well up here on top of the hill along with the tank farm, we have the town offices, and then the proposed north tank, which is under construction right now. So that's the 5 sites, and there's a lot going on top of the hill because there's treatment plant, all kinds of stuff. Yeah, 5 of them, so. I think the FEMA will push that through because it is an appropriation that is approved, so. They had like 3 rounds of comments that Joan and I had to address, so.
Mhm.
But we got that, last set in on time, so. We have an April 15th, public engagement meeting, so I'm not gonna do a formal, public or, progress meeting. I'm gonna save it for the public meeting. We're at a point in the grant where we need, public input. We've got a lot of things, a lot of potential projects that, we've got maps and different things that we're gonna show, so that we can get your guys' input. The main thing is that we've got, the mitigation of the flooding of the Battle Creek. We want to prevent what happened back in '07 from happening again. That's a big part of this. So we wanted to say that's, 65% of this is that issue. Then you have some mitigation of flooding that's in town. It's kind of localized, but it all ends up going down to Second and Whitney. And so we want to make sure that, people have an input on that. If that's an area that they live in town, if they're affected by, we want your feedback. We'll have our hydrology team here. We'll have Neil, our planner here. Obviously, everybody on our FEMA grant team will be present, so you guys can ask questions, get answers, and know as much as you can, because when you have a natural disaster, that's when the whole town will pull together and just get what we have to get done to get through it. So, there's, door hangers. I got a pile of them over there as you go out, please grab one. and hopefully you guys can come out April 15th, 6 PM at St. Michael's Hall, which is right next to the Legion.
Okay, thank you. Okay, so, Eric?
There was one other update, regarding the FEMA bridge grant. Dan Fife, as of last week, has withdrawn from his involvement in the project. There's, some concerns that were brought to my attention regarding his reasoning. I discussed it with him, but he did advise me that he has some maps and other documents he's willing to share that he's already completed with the town. But there's one thing I really would like some answers to. There was this one thing he sent to me. I'm curious to know what exactly this is and what it's about. A communication between Anthony and Dan Fife. Something about suspicions of our residents and citizens. I'd be interested in some clarity on why this list was compiled, what its purpose is. Something about political opposition within the community and possibly doing research into them.
Linda? Yeah, I don't see how this has anything to do with FEMA updates, but.
Well, I don't either, and I don't think it has a lot to do.
It has everything to do with Anthony.
Okay, but that's not, the town.
I have no proof that Anthony wrote that, none, not at all. I have,
I wouldn't have spelled my last name. Right?
Why would he write it? Why would he write that about himself?
so I just don't understand. I don't think it has anything to do with anything.
Well,
I mean, we can all say a whole lot about everybody if we want. I mean, we could spend the whole night talking about each other if we wanted to, and the good and the bad. And I think none of it matters. I think let me rephrase that. Probably lots of things do matter, but in this case, we have no proof of anything, and it's town business. We're trying to conduct town business here.
all right.
believe that's part of Tom Brosnan.
All right, well, let's just move on to,
I think
engineer
he
A.
got some people that want to.
Well, we don't have time to hear from him. Excuse me, I'm running the meeting here, and if and when
And you work for us.
Excuse me, ma'am, I do work for you, and it's my job to conduct these meetings in an orderly fashion.
Aaron, what was the source of information?
Excuse me, can you please take that down so we can move on to engineer?
Right.
There was a text message communication there, some other.
Can you please, we're ready to move on, sir. If you can please refrain from doing that, so we can move on with our agenda, please.
Complying with the request.
Okay, well, I heard you refer to something else, so I appreciate you taking that down. Anyways, so let's move on to 7A, which is approve the replacement of the contactor in the Battle Creek well pump controller. And Anthony, did you have a presentation on that?
Yeah, so, everybody knows that we have one well at the Battle Creek, one spare pump in it. We have an old control panel that's been there for a couple decades. And so, last Tuesday, we had that contactor blow that runs that well pump. And, we were down to 40% in our water tanks. So some of the people that are in town, especially on Taz Court and Folsom Court, so the high points in town, we're experiencing water pressure problems. Now, a lot of those people are already on booster pumps because this has been an ongoing problem for a long time, years and years, that the tops of those hills have pressure problems. But we were able to catch it and we were able to get it back into manual. So we were able to manually run the water pump and we were checking it daily. So, we were taking turns between the daytime and nighttime. I was here at 10 PM checking it. We put cameras on our pressure gauges to monitor the pressure so that as we got it back up, we were getting back to normal. We wanted to overflow the tanks because once a year, you're really required to overflow those tanks because scum will develop on the top. and we want to always have that happen. McGuire Tank over in Sioux Falls recommends that approach, and I've done it in the past. So that's really what has been absorbing a lot of our time is dealing with the challenges of an aging infrastructure, especially the water system. Wastewater, we've got a new plant, we've got a new lagoon system. Yeah, we have some issues in collection system, but the well, it's very urgent that we have to do emergency repair on the contactor to put it back into auto, which is then it's checking, it's going off of what's called pressure transducer. So running off of that instead of manual operation. So that's the item on the agenda. But this is just a reminder that, we're here to make sure that everything runs right. That's our job. The operator, that's what we do as well. And we have to come no matter what. I mean, we take time away from our families. We take time away from our own personal lives to make sure that the system runs. Everybody knew how difficult it was for Chuck. So that's what we're doing now. So I don't know why that's not understandable, but anyway, the simple matter is we have a part needs to be replaced. It's not expensive in the grand scheme of things. And then ultimately, I have a bid out to open April 24th that replaces that panel with a brand new panel. So then that problem is no longer going to be a long problem.
Okay, Donna?
So Anthony mentions that it takes time away from his family and everything. What do you think Chuck Ferguson did over the 50 years that he gave up for this family?
Okay, yeah. There's no dispute on that. However, we do have an item on the agenda we need to address, so let's move on to that. Does anyone want to make a motion to approve?
I have my hand raised to make a motion that we pay for the well pump collector budget of $2,000.
It's a contactor.
Compactor, yeah, sorry.
Okay, is there a second?
I'll second that.
20 seconds. I will mention too that, so this was an appropriation that I made when we found out that we were having an issue and that the well pump was not turning on by itself. And so I made the emergency appropriation so that they could get the part coming. I believe they replaced it today. Is that true, Anthony?
Yeah.
And so, I mean, our well tanks were down to 40%. And there was a concern when they got it back running, which they weren't sure if we were going to be able to, if when we turned it off, if it would come back on. And so we let it run for 4, maybe 5 days before it filled up the tanks. So that's kind of where we're at with our well pump right now. One of the reasons why we were trying to do what we needed to do to get that upgraded as well as with the rest of our water system. So I guess see some hands up, Donna.
I believe that maybe just a quick phone call would have been nice to go out to the other board members, so we are notified as to what's going on. You got a little lab communications.
Well, actually, we were a few minutes away from a boil water notice, and so I know we were working with the town office to make sure that if we needed to do that.
Who did we purchase this pump from?
It's not a pump, it's a contactor.
Control.
Yeah.
Did you purchase it from?
Do we know who?
Snyder Electrical Parts.
Snyder? Yeah. Okay. Aaron and then Linda.
I would like to make a motion to amend the motion to include the following.
Okay. Aaron makes a motion to amend.
Ready? Contingent on the receipt of an itemized quote.
Do you mean quote or bill?
Well, that's the weird thing, right? We're in the between stage because it was kind of done. Itemized invoice, we can change it from quote to invoice.
That's good.
There's a motion on the floor. Do we have a second? Second. Okay, any further discussion on this one? Those in favor of the amendment, please say aye.
Hi.
3 ayes. All those opposed?
4 eyes.
Okay. 4 ayes. I'll just abstain from that one. So the motion on the floor has been amended. And I believe it is approved replacement of contactor and Battle Creek well pump controller with a $2,000 budget contingent on the receipt of an itemized invoice. Any further discussion on that one? Okay, seeing none, all those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Okay, motion carries. On to 7.
Hey, wait a minute.
Yes, ma'am.
I was supposed to be able to talk after Aaron and you forgot because we were voting. So I'm just opening my mouth. I would like to say to Chuck, thank you, Chuck. He did tell us for months, you aren't gonna have a clue what's gonna go wrong in this town or how to fix it or what to do. And he's just done it for years and years. And so for that, I just want to say thank you for just doing it. And we appreciate it. We knew we were gonna have growing pains or whatever you want to call it, that it was gonna be a difficult switch over. And I just want to thank him again for his years of service. Thank you.
Thanks, Chuck. Okay, well, thanks for that, Linda.
Yeah.
So on to 7B, approve engineer to complete engineering for all outstanding projects regardless of funding source. So I'll just go ahead and make a motion to approve that one. Second.
I'll second that motion.
The seconds. Yep, and so for discussion, I know there was some concern with the way that this agenda item used to read. And so after kind of seeing people's concerns and reading the agenda item again, you know, I could see why people were concerned about that. And I just do want to say that this was in no way, shape, or form an attempt to reverse the referendum thing or anything like that. I mean, we had a special meeting on when we were going to put that on the ballot, so I don't think there's a question at all as to when this resolution is going to be decided. The purpose behind this was so that, you know, the engineer can get clear direction on what are we going to do with the projects while we're waiting to see how they're funded. And we do have a need right now for the Battle Creek well to be upgraded, which was going to be part of the funding package for that resolution was going to fund. And so, you know, we need to have him run through the process. We need to get bids from all the contractors just so we can see where are we at with these projects. I think most people would agree that these projects are necessary, and I would like to just read something really quickly too from the resolution in regards to the projects, but let's see. Do that, and then we'll open up the floor to the remaining discussion. So it's in the findings section, in section 2-2 or 2.2.1, where it says that the town hereby expressly finds that if the project is not undertaken, the system will pose a health hazard to the town and its inhabitants and will make the town unable to comply with state and federal law. So for those reasons and others, in my opinion, we should give the engineer clear direction on getting the remainder of these projects fleshed out, finish the bidding process, which we're just in the beginning stages of, and just to see where exactly we would be if we had to fund the Battle Creek well upgrade out of our own coffers. So with that, Donna, did you have?
I believe it's illegal, is it not, to close, I mean, it's on a ballot. We're gonna vote on it. How can we close out on it when it's on the ballot? I don't understand that.
Again, this is not about the resolution, and I understand the confusion.
But how do you know it's gonna pass?
It's not about if it passes or not. It's about understanding where we are at with the projects that we have to do. Aaron and Trina.
So I think what this is basically doing to help clarify what Donna's looking at, this is essentially ignoring the loan, ignoring the bond, and allowing for funding to be drawn regardless of funding source for all outstanding projects. So essentially, this motion reads like a blank check, which is scary. It doesn't even have a budget in the motion, which is super scary. I would make a motion to amend the motion.
And I agree with Aaron on that. I mean,
Well, sorry, Donna, to exclude actions related to ballot measures.
Is there a second to the amendment?
I
Yeah.
second that.
Motion to amend, Donna seconds. I mean, I'll just make the comment that excluding actions related to ballot measures is also very wide open wording there, but the ballot measure in question is about a bond resolution fund project. The projects themselves are not tied specifically to the resolution. Okay, that's I think that's the main misunderstanding here. So, so we do have a motion to amend on the floor. Do we have any further discussion on the motion to amend? Scott and Donna?
I have one more comment.
Yep.
So, reading the ordinance that's subject to the referendum, it says on 2.1, the town hereby declares and determines it's necessary to construct and finance improvements to certain facilities within its system described as the project. The project is defined as Town of Hermosa new well WRT system and Gumbo Lily Lane addition improvements project. The referendum, this was a broad resolution where you included funding and the project. The project is a topic of the referendum. And the ballot question that I wrote for the public includes building of the well and the improvement of the well.
Right, but that specific language that you mentioned is not the projects that we're undertaking right now. We are not doing the Gumbo Lily improvement project, which the projects we're doing right now are the upgrade to the Battle Creek well, the upgrade to the Tower Hill well, the radium remediation system, which is the filtration system, and also the Madison well.
I'm not disputing that. I'm just saying that for Aaron's purposes in this amendment, saying excluding the topics of the referendum, I think that's what he means for the project definition. So those specific items shouldn't be approved.
Okay, thank you for that. Donna?
So what about our budget? Don't we have this, I mean, you know, isn't there a budget we have to go by there, be able to pay for all this stuff, or am I shooting out in the black or dark, or am I mushroom and they're feeding me bullshit?
Okay. I mean, we were operating under the assumption or the understanding that all the things would be recouped under the loan. So the issue we have now is that, I mean, we're kind of getting off into the weeds with the motion to amend. So I think this discussion. Yeah, well, I think this discussion is better suited under the original motion. So if we can get the motion to amend out of the way. let's do that. So yeah,
But do we know we're getting this loan?
Donna, can you,
No, I have these questions. floating in my mind.
Trina?
So, the motion to amend would really be about projects that we're not covering anyway. Is that true? The,
I think the intent of the motion was to cover the, like, Mr. James said, to cover the projects that were listed or meant to be listed in the resolution. I think what Mr. James has helped us to see is that there was a typo in that resolution that we didn't catch until tonight. So,
that's what I'm hearing.
right. And so do we have any further discussion on the motion to amend? Aaron?
No, I think what it was getting at is that it does identify the projects being complete, and the Hilltop project, the radionuclide treatment system is identified as the WRT system in this resolution. That may be inaccurate wording, but the resolution does point to support for the radionuclide treatment system. So we can't really continue with that until this is addressed by ballot.
I don't believe that's the case, but Linda, did you have a comment?
Well, I don't think that the ballot measure has anything to do with going out for bids. Because at that point, it does not cost us anything to go out for bids. We need to know the cost now, not the cost that was given us a year ago or whenever it was, because as we all know, the price of things has gone up. So we need the cost now. If the project was going to be able to be started, whether it is or not, none of us know, but we need to know what the price would be if it does pass. And it is possible. I mean, I can say it. I know I've said it before. I'll say it again. I'll probably say it again. Years ago, when we tried to do a sidewalk project, our original bid was $80,000 or whatever it was. And when it came down to time to do it, it was 3 or 4 times that amount. So we couldn't do it. And this could happen again. This could happen with the well or any of these projects that this funding source, which is state or federal funding for our loan, how we won't know until we know the prices. So going out for the bids is, it has nothing to do, one has nothing to do with the other, I think. And I think that in order so that we can move on this as fast as possible, we need to know those prices. Because if it's 3 times the amount to drill a new well or whatever, we certainly can't do that because the loan does not cover that. So I think we need to know the costs associated with these projects that we possibly may want done. I'm not saying that we will. What I can say is that I would say definitely we're going to need to fix our well that we're using now. That needs to be done. And we need to have the treatment for the upper well so that we have that water available. Maybe nothing else needs to be done, but until we know the costs, how can we say yes or no to anything?
Okay,
So
let's get back to,
thank you.
I think those are salient points, for the overall discussion, but let's go ahead and focus on the discussion on the amendment. I see hands over here.
I'll wait for the amendment.
Okay.
So looking at the referendum statute, I think this cycles to Lynn's point. It says that basically the board can take no action with respect to the subject matter of the petition that would alter or preempt the effect of the petition. So, I mean, arguably, I think that, bidding itself, as long as you're not going to accept any bids.
Right, yeah.
Really doesn't change what the referendum will do. So if the referendum is approved, you can say we're not taking any bids. The referendum, whichever way it goes, you can still act. So I think that in that instance, I think you're right about the bidding.
Thank you, Scott.
Could you restate the motion again?
Yeah, so we have a motion. The motion on the floor is the motion to amend. Can you please read that, Terry?
To exclude actions related to ballot measures.
The original motion.
The original motion?
Yeah, we're on the motion to amend right now, so when we get back, I'll reread it, but thanks for the reminder, Phil. And then I would just say that if anybody has any questions, just please raise your hand, but since we have a full house tonight, I'm gonna try and not call on too many people in the audience until we get to our public input section, so thank you for that. So do we have any further discussion on the motion to amend? Okay, I'm seeing none. All those in favor of the amendment on the floor, please say aye.
Aye.
2 ayes. All those opposed?
Aye.
Aye. 3 nays. So motion fails. So the original motion stands, which is approve engineer to complete engineering for all outstanding projects regardless of the funding source. And the funding source is pointing to the fact that the original funding source for these was meant to be the DWSRF loan, which is the resolution that's on the ballot for June. So that's what funding source refers to. Aaron, did you have a comment or question on this?
Yeah, I actually completely agree with Linda that I don't see any harm at all in bidding things out and doing, in fact, I have a feeling most people in this room wish we really would do more bidding out and exploring and finding our pricing. But you also mentioned that it doesn't cost anything. And we're approving a budget for a lot of some things. If we were just going out of bids, I'm not sure why this motion would be to approve a budget if we're going out for bids and that doesn't cost anything. It seems misaligned, but definitely we cannot let this go through without some kind of a budget. That is a blank check motion.
Anthony, did you have a comment?
So the motion on the floor is to allow me to continue. It's acknowledging the fact that the people need to vote on the loan. So it's saying that the contracts that the board already approved for me as the engineer to complete the engineering and to get bids should continue, regardless of so that way we have the pricing and everything, and then you can make an informed decision coupled with the vote of the people. So if the people vote, if they don't want that loan, then you have to decide how you fund. And that way you could negotiate with those bidders to take some of their stuff, to take all of their stuff and figure out how you're gonna fund it and whatever funding mechanism you guys come up with. That's all it says. The budgets have been already approved months or years ago for my engineering, those are my engineering contracts. So nothing's changed there. It's just that because of this, and I'll tell you, in a decade of being an engineer, I've never seen a DWSRF be referred before, an SRF loan, never. Neil's been doing this for 23 years in Mitchell, never saw a state revolving fund loan referred before, never. So it's uncharted territory for most people. And so obviously this is just to clarify that just because I'm getting bids doesn't mean you're steamrolling over the need to do the referendum.
Right, yeah, thank you for that, and thank you for the clarity. I will mention too that Trina and I had a conference call with a lady from the A&R today to talk about, well, this whole situation, and it's uncharted territory for a lot of people. And the comment was made that pushing the loan closing out to possibly June is a dangerous thing to do, from her opinion. And I mean, I just wanted to make sure people understand that this is not a game. This is not a joke. We take this stuff very seriously. We have an issue with our well right now that needs to be addressed. And this whole situation was meant to address that in as timely a fashion as possible. And now we have a little bit of a stumbling block in our way in regards to that. So I guess I'll just say that. Trina, did you have any further comment or?
Well, I feel like we do need an addendum to the motion that says that the plans need to be approved by the loan office. I'm hoping that the citizens vote for the loan, but, and if they do, then the plans that Anthony's getting ready to put out for bid, I think it goes without saying, but I feel like maybe we should just say it as an addendum to the current motion. The plans need to be approved by the loan office first before going out to bid, because that will give us an opportunity. If the voters do vote for the loan, then we can get reimbursed for what we're going ahead and doing anyway, because we are gonna need the repairs regardless. And what that looks like, we don't know yet. So if we have a loan, then we can at least get that on that 1.9% interest, and we can get things paid and we can keep moving forward.
So did you have are you proposing an amendment then?
Amendment that states the plans need to be approved by the loan office before going out to bid.
Should we just say DANR? In case they aren't specifically.
I hope.
Yes.
Language.
Yeah.
I know exactly what you're trying to say.
Yeah.
So basically, and you correct me if I'm wrong, what you're trying to say is that I do that process, that it would be eligible, the way in which I do it, it would be eligible after the fact if the people vote for that loan.
Yeah.
And then if they vote against the loan, I did it that way, but it leaves it open to be funded by the loan.
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah. I just didn't want us to,
Which I intend to do.
I keep saying loan office, but yes, it's the DANR that is giving us the loan. So, just,
Okay. So.
And so the details of that is then I publish it in the Custer Chronicle for there's rules that make it eligible for SRF, and I will do those. That was always in my story.
I thought it would always be there anyway, but I felt like it needed to be said.
So can we clean up the language on that amendment a little bit, be concise? So it will be, so the amendment is,
The plans and the process really would be approved by the DANR before going to bid.
does that make sense to you, Anthony?
That's good.
Okay. Okay, so we have a motion to amend on the floor. Do we have a second?
Sure.
The seconds, do we have any further discussion on this one? Okay, all those in favor of the motion to amend, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. All those opposed?
Nay.
Okay, 2 ayes, 3 ayes, 2 nays, motion carries. Okay, so we do have an amended motion on the floor now, which is approve engineer to complete engineering for all outstanding projects regardless of funding source, and that the plans must be approved by DNR before going to bid. Okay, so do we have any further discussion on the motion on the floor? Okay, seeing none, all those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Aye. All those opposed?
Nay.
Okay. 3 ayes, 2 nays, motion carries. Thank you very much. Okay, moving right along to planning and zoning, there's an informational permit, and it is for 234 Don Street, which is my address, and it is regarding the fence that blew down in, I believe it was December when we had that big windstorm, if I'm not mistaken. So I know there's been some discussion about that situation. So when we brought this up the first time in the meeting, I went over the town ordinances and showed that that there's no permit required if you're replacing it in kind. And I believe the phrasing in there is no substantial improvement. And so that is what I'm doing here. And then also the comment was made at that meeting to just check with Elmer to see if he's okay with that. And I did, and that email is in your meeting packet. So, we need an informational permit, so.
Any comment, is it a breakaway fence?
Um, I'm just building the fence the same way as it was before.
But it's got a breakaway.
No,
It doesn't, Elmer says that he would prefer if there were no fences there. If I did build a fence, he preferred that it broke away. However, he says that, you know, it's up to me what I do. And I mean, the fence broke under,
I understand how it broke, but, you know,
right, and so, if I.
down in Elephant, I believe it should be a breakaway fence.
Okay, all right, thank you for that. All right,
And I mean, it's just putting the post on one side or the other, I mean, that's all it is.
okay. All righty, Aaron and Linda.
Yeah, reading the email, it says that he doesn't see anything in ordinance to prevent you from placing the fence in kind. I'd really like to see all fences removed from the floodway unless they're breakaway so they do not inflate the floodplain level, but that's up to you. He doesn't mention anything about whether or not a permit is required. So that seems a little bit not quite what he said. Just more that, it doesn't see any reason why it can't be replaced in kind. That doesn't necessarily say no permit is needed. I think we should, table this one and maybe do a little more research on it.
Well, for one, there's nothing to table. It's an informational permit. I mean, really calling informational as a permit is a misnomer. Linda, did you have a comment?
Well, I guess my comment was kind of broke away on its own anyway, didn't it?
Well, you know.
But the way I see it, as I recall from floodplain and all the flood work that we have done, if it was there before, it can be there now.
I don't have any problem with fence being there. I just think it needs to be breakaway.
I think it is, or at least it was.
Alrighty, so, good discussion all around. So let's go to 8B, approves permanent sign permit for parcel number 10650 for Heartland RV. So this one here is.
You have Neil on.
oh, hi, Neil.
Hey, there he is. Go on, Neil. So I guess, so this one is not in town limits, right, Neil?
Donnelly and Canada's house.
No, it's not.
Oh, maybe not, maybe not, yeah, it's illegal to them, but it's within extraterritorial, so it's still your jurisdiction. Basically, when I thought I had my conversation with the science installer, basically replacing the one that was destroyed during the rainstorm and putting it in the same location within about a foot of where it was. And he did dig up the footing, including that. So, it's gonna be about 22 feet tall. There's a rendering in your packet showing that, and there's also a map kind of showing where the location is in your map, in the packet as well. So again, basically, it's just putting in one back up.
Are they making the under the ground stronger than it was before?
And down better.
Foundation.
The foundation or the whatever? Oh, hey. So the windstorm took down your sign and you're replacing it. And are you going deeper and stronger underneath?
The previous sign had two I-beam structures holding it up with the flat ends to the air.
Okay.
This sign is going to be a center pole that is round that will break the wind better. My name is Ray Kinsey. I'm the new park manager. Our company purchased in April of last year. I've been with the company almost 2.5 years. I was currently managing a park in Louisiana. Came up to help the transition. The other manager decided it wasn't for her. So I got asked in December if I would come back. I love the area, I love the people. And so I wanted to come back and make a run with this because it's a lot bigger park than where I was at. And we're gonna do a lot of upgrades and more things for the community. We want to be a good neighbor. And I was shocked when I talked, because we had our corporate call yesterday and I was asked, what's the holdup on the sign? And I thought it was something corporate was doing. And coming to find out, they said, I called Mike at Rosenbaum and he said they had to pull a permit. I didn't think we were within the township to be required to get a permit. And so when I heard that, I contacted corporate and they said, go to the meeting, introduce yourself. You know, I came up the other night with our 2,000 gallon tanker. You had a fire over behind the Dollar General up the hill. And I brought our tanker up just to make sure your tanker, it needed water, you know, because I used to be a fireman. We have the tanker to help protect our park. But like I said, our company is one that supports the local community. And, you know, I was going to come and just be there in case, because my tanker will shoot water and drop in the middle of the park. But yeah, I wasn't sure. And when they told me, I said, I'll come. But yes, it's holding me up. My opening season is Memorial Day. So if we can get this approved, maybe I can have it there. You know, everybody sees us coming down the highway, but some people, they just drive off of that GPS. And if they don't see our sign, they'll end up in Hot Springs. So, you know, if you have any questions or you need anything from us, feel free to ask, because that's what we're there for. I'm going to try to get the event center opened before Memorial Day so we can start our breakfasts back up. And I hope we kept this park open this winter and we had decent return there this winter. We're going to market it more and be more long-term next winter and build that. So I may end up keeping the event center year round for at least breakfast. Since I'm a new resident up here, so I do live on the park 24/7 and I do everything that y'all were used to Alan doing, but I guarantee you I'll reach out and be a good neighbor.
All right, well, thank you, sir.
Thank you so much. I'd like to make a motion to approve this, and I'd like to welcome you to our area, and hope you like it here. Good.
I just wish Mother Nature would make up her mind.
Yeah, but we are.
Okay, Linda has made a motion, Trina seconds, and Mr. James, you have a comment?
Yeah, just, my understanding is it's an extraterritorial, and so there's no zoning at all, so you're not required to get a permit.
Okay then, Aaron?
That was gonna be my thing. I mean, not that we don't want to put the sign up, but I don't think anybody needs to say in it, honestly. So we really don't. And our extraterritorial
was talking about with the interterrestrial, whatever that was.
Yeah.
It's, but our extraterrestrial. Extraterrestrial.
I've never listened.
I wish we had an extraterrestrial.
Just come eat for breakfast. We'll deliver your water.
Our extraterritorial is expired
Right,
anyway, as of months ago.
right. But I guess I don't know, did this come from the county?
No.
It did not. It came from corporate or from this gentleman. Oh, okay. Well, thank you, Bradley. We appreciate the honesty.
Anthony, do you have some input on there?
Yeah, so the purpose of the extraterritorial jurisdiction, part of it is because Custer County doesn't have zoning. And so and we do. So the whole idea is there's a buffer zone around our town limits where there's things that are kind of a gray area as you enter into town. So things that could, like a sign, for example, that could fly into our, within the mile, you'd want to have it checked with regards to ours, because ours is the stricter of the two, which is the law. And so that's the reason why that exists. It's different even than East River, where they have townships, right? They don't have this county kind of gray area. So it's unique to this region, and I think that it was fine for the permit to be pulled because it's a sign in a commercial property is a little bit more than just a house out in the county,
Okay, I guess, let's just call for a vote here. So all those in favor of approving the sign permit, please say aye.
Right.
Aye.
Aye.
I think that was unanimous, so, I mean, looks like your permit's been granted, sir. I guess we'll decide that question.
I said it, the eggs crack.
Starting tomorrow, we've had the same well problem that you guys are having. I mean, I'm strictly feeding off of gravity right now. I got 2 pressure pumps coming in and it's the same control switch. My tanks were not filling up. I mean, we were holding at 10 feet in each tank, so I know you're full. When I got back and I seen that, I was like, oh my God, this ain't right. So, yes, we are waiting on our impeller kits to come in now to rebuild those 2 pumps. And then the calcium one killed ours. I don't know what's doing y'all, but the calcium, I've never seen build up like that on the impeller, but when you got a water problem, my guest expect 2 things, electricity and water. They seem to get a bunch of gas. So,
All right, well, thank you for that, sir. So let's move on to, approve the digging and grading permit for parcel 15327.
I'll make a motion that we approve it.
I'll second that motion.
Okay, yes, sir. Would you like to address the board on this?
I don't need to, but it's just tying on to the mains that are already existing there and stuff, and then the sewer and the water.
Okay.
You're not changing anything. It's just tying in.
No, just tying on.
Just so we can build?
When I did the whole subdivision, I did all the infrastructure for it, and then back lots, I left it as 1 lot for tax purposes, and now I'm subdividing them.
Yahoo.
So Gary and I talked on the phone about it, and there was a little bit of a typo in the permit because it said something about replacement.
Yes.
And that's what confused me, but we talked about it and clarified, nothing's there now, it's all brand new taps, and so that's all fine. And we're gonna check pressures prior to tapping the lead, just so we know what the pressure is before we do the hot tap. And so we're in communication to get that through the inspection process.
Okay.
Okay. So, you know what, I'd like to propose an amendment that we approve, but contingent upon Mr. Hunsaker fixing that typo on the permit, and he can.
I already did that.
You already did? Okay, it doesn't look like we have that one, but I'm sure Gary does, so I'll retract that motion to amend then. So do we have any further discussion on this one? It does look like the staff recommended to be approved, so all those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Oh, okay. Yeah, right. So 1 abstention. So thank you, Donna. Okay, so you know what? I know we got kind of a long meeting here, and we do have the Prestons in new business all the way in 17F. So I think what I'll do is I'll just do an executive privilege and invite them to make their comments now before we get into water and sewer department updates, just so they don't have to sit through the whole meeting if they don't want to.
That's nice.
So,
Thank you.
yes, sir.
Thank you, Gary.
So please come on up, and you guys would like to address the board? Sir.
So I know we're late additions to the agenda. Is that 3 minutes? Is this a public comment or just inside? Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, let's just see what it's about, and then, I mean, I don't see any reason why we need to cut you short or anything like that, so.
Okay, sounds good. Well, so I'm James Preston, Denver Preston family. And so I wanted to at least come and see what's going on here. It's been a minute since we've been in essentially a partnership since we were annexed in August of 2021. And that probably precedes most everybody in this room. Some of the things you're familiar on the old minutes and what have you. But so for people, for the public awareness, it hasn't been a very easy partnership. So we're here to solve some issues and get to the bottom of some things. And there's more to come to light. So really, this is kind of a fact-finding day for us, and that's why we wanted to be on the agenda. I know you all have an election coming up soon, so that's nice time to be here. So people are thrilled with public discourse, right? And as a member of his community for years. My grandpa Bud and Marguerite, the ones who first bought that ranch back in the day. And Grandpa Bud, he was a World War II disabled veteran. And, on his dying deathbed, my dad gave him the last payment for that deed and handed him the deed. And that was one of his last things he saw before he passed away in 1995. So we have a very great deal of respect for the town of Hermosa. We've been here to be partners, and we've been very patient with the town of Hermosa. And I do have some questions that I'd like to answer for the record. Some things that have been confusing. I am local, and I do pay attention to what's going on here. YouTube videos are online, and thank you for public, accountability and transparency. So, I think that the 2020 signed agreement with the previous board of trustees, so we went to partner, and we partnered on 2 items, right? We had water and we had sewer. Clearly, the water was not an issue. That was tied up and eventually decided in the 8th Circuit Court of DC Fall. So we had a development at that time called Low Kaya. Low Kaya was just that southern portion above Dan Holder's property right there. Pardon if I'm redundant, folks, I'm sure maybe you're aware. But we have, at this point, a very important question is that if we are to hook up now, today, to the sewer line, our development, would our development actually be able to process the amount and volume of sewage? That's my first question. Maybe to the engineer. It would.
Yep.
Now, it's good to see you, Anthony. I called you back in November. I never returned you. You never returned my call after you departed from bench.
Oh.
So it's good to see you. I didn't know what happened to you or what was going on. I just got the note that you were
Not intentional.
All good. We've had many conversations beforehand, so here in the public, that's probably the best way to speak, transparency and accountability. So we're still working on a lot of projects, and that's one thing that Preston's have always been very much on, absolutely directed towards is fulfilling our obligations. And so we will always fulfill our obligations to people we make deals with. And that is one thing that we are here to also make sure that we are going to adhere to our deals to the town of Hermosa. So another question for town engineer, I want to know, one quick question is to the farthest north platted property in Hermosa. What location is that? And do you have any idea where it is? Maybe that might be for Neil if he's still on.
He just asked if he could sign up, but the farthest north platted lot.
Would you like to just
Flat.
fill us in on what that is?
I'm just curious because we have an RCS construction, the sewage, the whole water line, we have the whole specs for where that was done. So my question is, again, do we know where that furthest north platted plot is?
Are you talking on your property?
For the town of Hermosa, I want to know what is the farthest north platted plot?
Probably the Dollar General, I imagine.
Dollar General? Okay, understood, thank you. The other questions that I have is, so, part of the lawsuit, which, panned out and adjudicated, kind of a half and half split, was the illegal flagpole annexation. And, I'm wondering why that flagpole, when it came up north, how much of the land did we put in the sewer for? Between that northernmost platted plot, which I believe Dollar General, maybe it's Tenaya Drive, but there was an extension. Part of the plan that we knew that we were going to do was that extension. So we built from our monies were dedicated towards that extension, not necessarily the 600,000 total project at that time. But this is something that needs to be in your guys' ears, is how much farther from that original planned construction project did we pay for? And I know the dollar, we paid 130-some thousand, 140, about $150,000. So how much of that original project were we initially supposed to have been carrying the bag for?
Okay.
Yeah.
I mean, I think these are all important questions that need answers. And I don't know if we're going to be able to answer them all tonight. However, would you be able to send them to the town office and they can distribute them to the remainder or to the board and to the engineer, and we can get the answers to your questions?
Well, yeah.
Anthony,
And I can say that, so in the Supreme Court case, the right to serve water was, as you stated. The annexation was cited in favor of the town of Hermosa. So not all counts was the town, and a lot of that is due to case law related to Rapid City, because the airport
Yeah.
is what flag. So there's a little bit of a clarity there in terms of how that case all evolved, and you need to read the results on that.
Well, but before we get out too far in the weeds on all this, James, did you have any other questions you'd like to just verbally present to the board in your list? And then if you'd like to follow up and send them to us in writing and we can address those.
Of course. Yeah, I'm not gonna take too much more of your time. It seems to be hot as hell in here. Need a bigger room.
Yes, sir.
So, you know, and growth is good, right? And then you can afford a bigger room someday, right? And we want to be partners. And here's the other question. So now we've had a lot of, misrepresentation, I feel like, in part across the family. We're just a fourth each shareholder. Misrepresentation, and for the record, the monies that we were provided were monies that came from a loan that we paid interest on. So I want to correct the semantics is that they were never a donation. This was a partnership and a business decision. And I've heard many times board members speak to this as a donation, or we're going to gift this, things of that nature. And I want to just make clear that the family was not gifting any money. And that's a significant amount of money. And we were meant to be a partnership with the town of Hermosa to make some sort of development. COVID happened, a lot of things went out of control beyond our control, but Black Hills Water versus Hermosa, something we did not intend to see that happen. Not to adjudicate the past, but we've had our monies being kind of floated around ways that we don't have control over. We've paid interest on this money for many years, and we want to know why. And actually, this is the request. Here's my verbal request. Can we get our money out of that credit deposit sooner than May 21? Because we did not necessarily agree to that. It's another example of how we've been patient, we've been partners, and we've been wanting to make sure that it's fair for everybody. But I think our fairness rope is kind of, we're on that. And I think that it's time for the presidents to actually come back and say, look, this interest, I know that some language got in, who put it in, I don't know, but the interest has been staying with the town of Hermosa. And you guys are using it to fly towards further development. I don't know who made those decisions. Precedes my involvement, but it's a zero-sum game for us because we're paying interest on it, and then you guys are taking interest. So I think it's fair to say, if you pay a fee on the interest or whatever, we need to have a conversation with your town finance officer and figure out a way that we can perhaps maybe get that money out sooner, or at least obtain the interest on it. Penalty exceeds what the benefit would be in terms of interest. I hope that makes sense, but we really wanting to partner with Hermosa, but we also need to be fair to ourselves, and we've been more than fair for a long time. And I think that for now, because we do want to find some facts, we're going to look at the linear footage from the RCS construction. And this all kind of leads to the fact that we were essentially provided a legal counsel that we had $210,000 ought to be refunded back to us. And that was in the previous minutes. And then from our optics, we see an executive meeting that was taking place with no agenda items and no release. And that was on March 6th. And then when it came out, then it was like the difference of $70,000 between what we were asked back after having been more than patient with the town of Hermosa, walking through your guys' lawsuit. We hung through the whole time. And embarrassingly enough, we have all the damn materials still sitting up there. I mean, it's an embarrassment a little bit to us. It's an embarrassment in the national community. We want the shit taken care of. Steve, my part of it. We want this taken care of as fast as we can. Because you guys deserve an accountable government that works for you. And you guys can do smart, good, open conversations, and we'll get there. I mean, I really truly believe that, and it comes anywhere in government, right? We have some of the most unethical things that happened recently at times. I think that the time is changing. And I just appreciate to be here in open government, sir, because we need to get these answers solved. And we need to get either our money back or figure out a way that we're going to work through this. But it could be some different options that we are here to support the community.
Okay. Well, is that the extent of your comment, James?
That's pretty much the gist. Unless anyone had a question for us, because we're trying to sell a lot of pipe
Right.
that has been UV damaged.
So I will say, we'll take questions from the board on this, but would you guys be willing to do a work session with the board where we can go over the two different contracts and the receipts and everything like that? And then we can present to you the reason why the decision was made after that executive?
Yes, I think that's
You guys
fair
be,
to
willing to
everybody.
do that?
We need that, whether it can be handled in a meeting or via email, whichever. Efficiency is kind of more of the, in line with what we're kind of geared towards. But, yeah, we want complete transparency of everything that's happened. And I think that's a fair ask.
Okay, yeah, and I know that I have no problem in stating my reasons for that. And so if you'd like to send me an email to my email at boardpresident@hermosasd.com, then I'll be more than willing to fill you in on that. So, and then any other board members that wish to do that can do that as well. Aaron and then Linda.
Yeah, quick one to Terry. Does our checking account bear interest? It does. Nothing compared to the CD.
We earn almost $1,000 a month on our checking account.
I'm checking.
And the CD originally, when we originally invested it for that year, we earned about $6,400 on it. And now we invested it for 6 months and we'll probably earn $3,000.
But either way, if we were to cancel the CD,
You're gonna.
we would lose a lot more interest than if we would pay out of the checking account. So it's really not so much a matter of whether or not we cancel the CD, because we'd lose money in the long run anyway doing that.
Okay. Linda, did you have a question for?
I would like to recommend that we have a work session with the Prestons on the 14th at 7:00. That, what's the date? The 14th.
So
It's a Tuesday, week from today at 7:00. Would that work for you, folks?
PM or AM?
PM.
Is that okay with you, James, and the remainder of the Preston?
Fine with me. It's.
Okay.
May or may not be able to attend, but yeah, you can do it online.
Yeah.
April next Tuesday.
Yeah. So if you'll be out of town, we can patch you in any way that you can attend remotely.
Yeah, by phone or whatever.
Yeah,
We
then
would,
that's an option.
Yeah.
Okay. So let's go ahead. We'll go ahead and schedule that.
What time?
7 PM.
7 p.m.
I'll patch you.
So, okay, and then I guess, and thank you for that, and then the last comment is we are fixing the sign. Department of Transportation had, I think you guys noticed there's a window sign.
Darn it.
Oh,
Working on it.
okay. Thank you.
Thank you.
All
Thank
right.
you.
Thanks, James. Well, you all ready to cool off for like a 10-minute recess?
Sure.
Let's go ahead. We'll recess and come back in 10 minutes. Thank you.
Yeah.
But I'll try to call in.
I was gonna say, can you call in?
I might be able to. I'm working till 8 p.m. Central, so right up to the meeting time I'm working. I might be late or something.
If
Just call the office.
if there's any specific issues you'd like to.
If we get the paperwork from him, you know, the questions and stuff.
You know, we'll have all the questions, and then also we'll have we'll have everything in a nice package. We can illustrate.
Yes.
That's right.
Oh, yeah.
I missed it last year, but I'm gonna do it this year.
Oh, what's your name? Great, that's what I thought. It's running great. Nice to meet you. Happy to have you here.
Everybody just calls me Big Ray.
Big Ray?
Yeah, it's on all my uniform shirts.
All right, Big Ray. Well, we'll see you down there at the breakfast or whatever.
I'm trying to have it. Blue and red. Can't have it.
I know. You can't do anything with food without.
Yeah, we gotta have pressure. Not many involved. It's about pressure. And all my work is. So I'm starting.
Sure.
I got a question for you.
Do you make the magic bars?
Oh, it's hot,
Yes.
It's funny, the whole.
Linda, you get
Yeah, kinda. I still don't. Yeah, it's weird. And it's grown so much. I was
Sorry to interrupt.
That's grown up. Mine has always grown fast. Yeah.
Have you ever gotten a cut?
Yes.
When I was, 20 for, I don't know, about 5 years, for shorter than yours now, shorter than mine when they cut it. But then after that, it was just let it go. So, and then I had this much off, so, yeah. Yeah, 20. That was a long time. Holy shit. Hey. No, he just showed up. I'm like, yeah, sorry, guys. I got her. I'll handle that.
you know,
That's kind of it. I guess I'd have to.
called, where
They also have a song.
oh, that, Jerry's not in.
I like the pepper. I think it's rose quartz. And silver.
And that was 0.02 seconds.
Yeah, I think
I thought.
Well, then, she got a bunch of. All the sisters and everything. I always. Other people. I'm a correct, but it's the hardest. So I like to give all the mothers. I bought, I like to give clothes. So, I bought all kinds of different clothes.
But yeah, part of the.
It's a turkey. Well, I know long.
Little one's gonna get squished.
Who was that? Who was that?
Well, Donna added to the agenda.
Donna, do you know how much trash they have after cleaning up on their cleanup day? Approximately how much?
Well, it's
That's right.
I just thought it was, I think they should be able to do that because.
Oh, well, I guess not all of them, but yes.
Yeah, I know.
Yeah, great deal.
And they're residents, they're just not very.
Well, there is that.
She didn't want to take.
Don't mention lilac bushes.
Damn, I like.
Why did you want to take them out? I guess I've heard a lot. Oh, they're growing into the.
All ready to get started again? Is there anybody outside still?
I don't know. Thank you, Dan. Nice of you. They're coming. Just the one?
Yeah.
Couldn't find any more than that, Dan. Come on. Okay. Well, thank you for doing that.
All right, well, thank you for that, Dan. So let's move on to water and sewer department updates. So water department updates. Anthony?
Well, so with water department updates, I don't have a video, but, the big thing was we had our well and we talked about the well issue. That was a big thing in the last 2 weeks. We also had, an informational permit for digging to do a drainage on Viola Street, 242 Viola Street. And over the Easter weekend, he was trying to put in the drain tile and found that it's actually a water leak. And so we were losing water there, which he thought was a spring for all these years. And, it was actually a water main leak. And so we shut off, we got the water shut off and he dug that up. And so, just so you guys know that, we have, even the distribution system out into the town, we're really worried that there's water losses more than we know. And so, if you're suspicious that you're using more water, and I've had a couple people, I've had, North water users ask for us to check their meter. They're a little, worried that there's more water going out than there should be. Get that in, we'll get a work order. It might not be, if it's more of a suspicion than an actual known leak, then let the town know, let the office know, so then we can prioritize it. Because we put in there low, medium, and high in the work orders. And so I try to reserve high priority for, we got an active leak, we're losing water in the tower and we need to address that quickly. If you're just have a sneaking suspicion that there's more water than you're possibly using, then let them know that. We'll put it in the medium or lower categories, but we'll still address it. And it's like taken, seriously. But maybe that'll start with a reading and a comparison of the people that are on the line to the reading to see if it's possible that you're using that much water. So that's the big thing I want to say about water. We had low pressure issues that I talked about. We do have a map, and maybe we'll do something in another meeting where I'll bring that map back up. It's probably been over a year when we did the water distribution study for the water system, and we color coded the entire distribution system based on the pressures. And so we have areas called red zones that are, at the 40 PSI or in the danger zone. And then we have orange zones like west of the highway, that, around actually from basically the school west. And so, when we have an issue with water, those are the areas that we're gonna be looking to tell you, if we get below a certain water pressure, then we're gonna do a boil water notice as per the EPA to protect the health, and safety and well-being. So, we should have a meeting on that because as we're living with the system that we've got and we're trying to get everybody's heads wrapped around what needs to be done, what priority and how we're gonna pay for it. We still need to live and make it through to that time when everybody's on the same page. So my water update is just that, if you have a suspicion that you have a leak, let us know that so we can prioritize it accordingly. We can't get overwhelmed in terms of calls and then they're not actually something that's urgent, because then we might miss something urgent and we don't want that. So, that's all I'll say. With the sewer updates, John has created a blog. He promised to complete those repairs and then update the board. So, I got that up. Let's see if this is the first one.
Good afternoon, town of Hermosa. The new setup or design set up for the rotating drums has been set up running for a couple weeks now with the new transmission and chain drive. So we have the drums, they have a pretty good biofilm set up on them. So we're actually gonna do some water releasing in the next day or two. This is the second video. We do have security cameras up for the city. UV lamp and piping is done here to be able to release water in the system. We do have clarifier putting water out to the UV system. We also have our piping done. The old transmission and motor were down in a well in here, and they got wet a lot of times. So we believe this is a much better design for the town to be running. A lot more accessible. So we had some sprockets built, some new bushings, and a new shaft that runs through. Thank you very much.
And so obviously there's some stuff on the agenda to put some guardrails around that and, make it a little bit better for, I mean, it's good for the operators. It's how it was, way better than it was when it came here from, Boulder Canyon. And obviously, we never anticipated having to redesign the transmission, so that was something that I know the town, started losing patience on, but, it was items that had long lead times, totally completely redesigned. So we needed to make sure that, that was gonna work and not be an issue long term. So yeah, that is the wastewater treatment plant, on the inside. And so, we have a meter that totalizes the flow that we were able to discharge. So, we had a lot of misunderstandings as well with the terminology, discharging, releasing, recycling, running. A lot of that is just because all built up from the frustration of, that had kind of boiled over, I think, in February. All those things, we're hoping to make it very easy and very open and transparent for the public by adding some extra features like the guardrails and safety things so that we can bring in people that want to come in and see the plant. They're interested in seeing where their money's going. And so, yeah, we're pretty much getting to that point. So from the regulatory standpoint, we're doing where we wanted to be quite a bit ago. We're there now. So.
Okay, Aaron, and then I will call on Connie too after that.
Yeah, so it's good to see that transmission's running. My plan was implemented. Most people probably weren't aware. I took Anthony out, what was it, last October, I think, and explained how to do that modification to the transmission. Mount it remotely, get it up out of the pit and chain drive. One component I didn't see is a VFD, and what we're probably gonna have issues with if we don't have a VFD is more transmission failures once the system's been running and there's sludge built up on the wheels, but I guess that's a time will tell thing.
It's running on a VFD.
It is on a VFD, very good. And hopefully it's load limited so that it can handle things like sludge build up without, we can get into that at another time. Yeah, there was another thing. It'll come to me later.
Okay, let's go to Connie, then Linda, then we'll move on to the next one.
So when you were saying that they're gonna be releasing in a couple of days, like releasing within another pond, releasing into Battle Creek, or releasing into,
Battle Creek.
okay. So when was this video taken?
So that was taken, I believe, yesterday. Monday? Yeah, Monday. We've released, I was there today. So as of today, we released 3,000 gallons as of a couple hours before the meeting. It's going out at about 5 gallons per minute.
Okay, thank you for that question, Connie.
Yeah.
Linda?
Oh, the thing that I noticed was that the inside walls are not painted. I love to paint. I would volunteer to go paint them if, no, Not like detail painting. Come on, it's gotta be easy and I make a real mess of myself when I do it, so, but, if the insides of those needs to be painted and anybody's gonna be there for any length of time, get a gallon of paint, get whatever kind of paint we need, and then I'd be willing to paint while there's somebody down there.
Yeah, there's definitely stuff to paint. The plan is to stain and clear coat all the wood.
Okay, stain, whatever.
From more of a protection standpoint, but then we have other stuff that, there's always something that, could be done to make it,
Freshened up.
yeah, be freshened up. So, yeah, we'll take that. We'll take
Right.
anything we can get.
Good, thank you.
Okay, Aaron, did you remember what your?
Yeah, that just brought it back to my mind, the inside, so the DANR expectations are a form of paneling. I actually managed to show Trina some of it, because there's a structure nearby that has the, moisture control paneling, essentially seals the inside of the building. Paint, varnish, anything like that, it's not gonna be permanent, we're not gonna get permanent sustainability of that building, it needs the panel. It seals, ceiling to floor included. So essentially, you should be able to go into that building and pressure wash everything and have none of that water get into the structure. Because the humidity in that building when it's running is going to be high, and it's going to get through paint.
There's a dehumidifier in the quote.
Yes. So those are all things that we'll need to keep in mind and check. DANR's been out here and said it, so I don't know if they reached out and let us know that was a requirement, but that's definitely something we need to check into and make sure that we're gonna be compliant with that if that's required. Linda, did you have one more?
Yeah, well, goodness gracious sakes. DNR was out here a few weeks ago because I was down there with you. And he didn't mention it at that time, but I guess we weren't talking about any of the little details. So, yeah, whatever needs to be done to make that the way it needs to be and to be safer, whatever, cleaner, easier to maintain. But yeah, if you need help, like I said, call me.
Okay, thank you. Did you have something real quick, Marge?
I do,
Okay.
before you get any volunteers or anybody in that building, shouldn't you have those safety precautions in?
Oh, yeah.
Because OSHA will get on our case, they've done.
Absolutely.
That's a great thing to bring up. Thank you. So with that, let's move on to 9C, approve invoice for meter pit leak.
9C.
Yes, ma'am. So the thing about this one is I'll make a motion to approve that we pay it, but that we bill the homeowner for the amount on the invoice. It is Brian Grassman. So I have the motion on the floor to pay the invoice, but then bill back to the owner. Is there a second on that?
I'll second it.
Into seconds. And the reason for that is the pipe was leaking from the customer side of the meter. And when we initially, if my memory serves, when we initially got this call, it was leaking too fast, so we couldn't see what was going on in there. So we had to call Action, and they had to come out and they had a pump that was fast enough to remove all the water so we could then see what was going on. And then after that, the homeowner was notified, and then the homeowner worked with a local contractor to take care of the situation. And
What's
so,
his address?
which one?
Brian's. So where do you live at?
It's 194.
It's the cricket house. It's the cricket house.
Is that 194 Fairgrounds?
The
That's
cricket house.
Oh, the house. I
Yes, and you're.
You guys.
okay. So do we have any further discussion on the motion? Aaron?
Just curious, is it still in Brian's name? All right.
Yeah, they
He
sold it.
was selling. Just want to make sure it's
Yeah, it is.
not built to
Right.
pass on it.
Okay.
It's perfect in the cricket house.
Thank you for that. So do we have any questions, comments? Seeing none, all those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Motion carries. On to D, approve removal / surplus of unused and expired chemicals. So this one here, I believe we need to, do we have an inventory of those yet? Do you know
But
if we have those, or-
I don't know if you inventory, you were gonna check to see if it was, make sure it was legal to do it that way and all that after the last
I do
meeting.
have a update of Hawkins. So we had them go look at at the chemicals on top of the hill. You got 2 anti-corrosion chemicals, and then you got some old sodium hypochlorite out there on top of the hill. So they can test it, the chlorine, to see if it's still good.
Good?
Because it's $400 if we're going to dispose of it according to the regulations. So, and it's everything, chemicals is all. So, so we have PAA, which was approved by the state for disinfection as a backup disinfection if we were doing any internal disinfections in the plant or land application. That's up there, and that I want to have down at the wastewater treatment plant to maybe do some algae control in those basins and stuff. The sodium hypochlorite, I think if Hawkins tests for it, then we could keep it and put it back down, put it down at the Battle Creek so we can use it up. And we could even blend it in, 50-50 with some fresh stuff. The other stuff we would just dispose of. So I think if you could approve a budget for $400 that we'd have if we need to have Hawkins dispose of it. I really don't want to have chemicals lying around that we're not planning on using and that we're not regulating the concentrations and the dosages for. It's a little bit sketchy, you know? So.
Okay, so that would have to be on a future agenda for consideration.
Sure.
Do we have a inventory of said chemicals? Did we get that far?
In terms of like the volumes?
Yeah, what
So, I mean, we have
they are,
like
the volumes,
55
the locations.
Yeah, so we have like 55 gallons up here, and we have 2 55-gallon drums of the anti-corrosion. So 55 gallons of chlorine that's could be expired, and then about 110 gallons of that anti-corrosion chemical that we don't want to have hanging around.
Okay, so would you be able to put that in an email and then send that to the office? They can get just an inventory of what we have and include the locations. And then I guess that'll be the first step in determining what the surplus requirement will be of those chemicals. And then if we'll check with Hawkins, I guess, and then see where we need to go with that.
Can we just have, the testing of it and get that done? Because if it's good, then we can take it down to the bottom pump and use it.
Okay.
So, I mean, I don't see any reason, I believe that will get done. We would okay to get that done anyway. And so let's get that done so we know.
Okay, and what's the cost associated with that? Is that the $400?
Yeah.
For the testing?
I think it's less than that. I think that it was 400 to dispose of and to test and or dispose of. Yeah.
Okay.
It's all inclusive. Is what my understanding is.
Well, let's get
Hawkins
the
just
test
came.
done.
Yeah.
So that we know if we have to dispose it or if it's useful.
Okay. Yeah,
That's my opinion.
yeah, I mean, is it everyone on the board okay with that to do the testing?
Who's gonna do the testing?
Hawkins has to do it.
It sounds like
They come out.
They'll come out when they're passing by.
okay, it sounds like there'll be some cost, but is that, if we
You
can,
want me to make a motion?
well, we don't have an agenda item specifically related to that, so,
Okay.
I mean, just, I think if we can agree informally in the meeting that I think that'll be good enough. I mean, it sounds like it's gonna be pretty low cost anyway, so.
Well, we either dispose of it without testing it and pay that cost, or we have check it to see if it is usable.
Right.
And well, we have that cost anyway, you know. So, I mean, I just think it's, why throw it away if we don't have to? If it's good, we should use it up. There's no reason to dispose of chemicals that can be used. We don't want any more chemicals anywhere. that we don't have to have is my point. So let's get it rolling.
Well, we have discretionary spending for office stuff. I mean, office is usually considered in here, but it's still internal supplies.
No, I wouldn't say that would be office either. I would say that would be water.
Water.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
I mean, we can put this on the next agenda too, if it's not super pressing.
No, it's not. We've been
Delay everything.
trying to get Hawkins out here and they wanted to time it with their delivery of chlorine.
Yeah.
So.
Okay.
Sort of good mercy.
Well, let's go ahead and we'll add that to a future agenda. I guess that will be on the 21st if memory serves.
Correct.
Okay, so I'll tell you what, I'll do a motion to table on this one. And then, we may need to adjust this, based on our findings, so do I have a second for the motion to table?
Sure.
Okay, Linda, all those in favor? Aye.
Okay.
Carries, thank you. 9E, approve and authorize board president to sign 2025 annual drinking water report. I guess.
Yeah.
Yeah,
It's in your packet.
in the packet.
I'll make the motion.
Linda makes the motion. Do we have a second?
Sure.
Linda seconds with a sure. Do we need any discussion on this one? Okay, seeing none. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye, motion carries. Okay, on to 9G. 9F. Approved payout application number 5 for Confer Construction of $13,358.16. Aaron?
Just to reverse for a moment, forgive me. Just so the citizens are aware that that drinking report does contain test results for our water. If you want to look into how water's tested and get a closer look at how it all comes together. What page is that? Page 35 has test results.
Yep.
And that will be available at the office.
And
And it was
online.
it will put on the website, and I did put the, where you can find it on the DNR website. We did put that in the newsletter.
Okay, good.
Okay, thank you. Donnie?
They used to put it at the post office. Do you still do that?
We haven't since I've done it, but we certainly could.
Hanging in that.
Suppose if they're okay, then we can do that.
Yeah, because we're supposed to make an attempt to get us to as many people as we can, so.
Then one goes to that in the store as well, the water drinking report.
Okay,
That's the store, okay.
all right, thank you. All right, moving along, and thanks for pointing that out, Aaron. Moving along, 9F, approved payout application number 5 for Confer Construction.
I make a motion that we approve this application.
Motion to approve. Do we have a second real quick?
Yep.
Under seconds. Okay, Donna, did you have a question?
on what?
That's what that little page is. This is 10,000, then there's a price difference.
Well, that's not it. That's not the payoff.
Oh.
The 10,000, that's for the beautification of the wastewater treatment plant.
That's
Oh.
9J.
What's that all been included in?
This dollar amount is his original.
9F.
Okay.
We had the pay applications on page 37.
Mm-hmm.
It's right past the drinking water report.
Just so the board knows, so this pay application is a part of his original contract. It's not extra or anything like that. It's even the original amount. It brings it to everything but 10% retainage that we're holding, which he's gonna be at that point too. So, we've got an additional budget when we bought the control panels with some integration of programming. It was apart from his contract. It was with, I don't know if anybody remembers, but I had panels built in Michigan and brought to Hermosa. So that included a budget to integrate those panels with the equipment that came from Boulder Canyon. So, he's just sort of kind of going along with the other items that we had kind of put in place, be it the lagoons or be it the panels that integrate the lagoon control panel to the treatment plant. So, he's at the point now where it's just retainage that we hold. We hold 10% of his entire contract at the end, which we still have. after this pay app, that's what's left. And so, and I think that we're gonna have the integration completed at the same time as you be able to achieve substantial completion. And then the, safety upgrades and OSHA stuff for bringing people in would be on top of that. That would be something that he would do, within his completion couple weeks here.
And then you'll pay the remaining 10% after the,
Yeah, he'll put his next pay app in. I don't know if he'll do it next month or whatever, but that'll be it for that contract. We'll close that contract out. So then all that's left is, if you guys choose to have guardrails and safety stuff, and then he'd be doing that stuff we didn't do change orders because it wasn't a loan, it wasn't a state loan. It was just a pretty, straightforward loan between the contractor and us. So nobody's asking for us to do proper, like a change order request forms and their bid, seeing how that all comes into place. So anyways, yeah, that's all this is. But we always put pay apps in agenda items instead of claims.
Okay, is there any further discussion or questions? Board? Okay, I guess seeing none, all those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Okay, motion carries. Very good. On to 9G, for the cost of 6-month cleanings of sewer line for Heartland Hair. Donna, did you have a?
I am totally against this because she has a hair shop salon in there and everybody knows that hair. Now, if I have hair in my sewer, you gonna pay for it? That's how she makes her living. She should figure out some way to take care of the hair.
Okay, I think the reason why this is on the agenda is because of the daisy chaining of the sewer line between her
Well, then
business
they
and
need to get it
the
fixed.
next one.
I'm not for this at all.
Okay, all right, thank you for that. So I guess, do we have a motion to approve?
I'll make the motion for discussion purposes.
It's the motion. Do we have a second?
I'll second.
3 seconds.
Can I speak?
Yes, ma'am. Let's speak first.
I'm not really for it either, but, and we do need to get it fixed. The fix is very expensive and it's gonna be time consuming. And so in the meantime, I think we owe it to the citizen. It's not her fault that it was done incorrectly. And so that's the way I'm thinking about it, because if the fix landowners,
They're both,
yeah,
I mean,
daisy chained together. I'm not sure who put that pipe in, but they weren't thinking clearly. And we paid them for it, and now we gotta pay to redo it, and that sucks.
why should the town have to pay for me to run?
Yeah, my point exactly. Let's get the
I mean, you're
insurance
gonna
company
talk
involved.
3,000, 4,000.
Let's keep the discussion moving. Linda, did you have it, since you believe second, or since you made the motion, do you have anything you'd like to add?
Well, I think it's sad. I agree with Donna. We all know what hair and grease, not grease in this situation, but hair does to pipes. It's not good. But at the same time, if it was incorrectly put in and the town had something to do with that incorrectly put in, then we have to pay the price. It's unfortunate, but I don't know if there would be, I mean, if there's two landowners, is there any possibility that we can cost share with them? It wasn't entirely our fault. It wasn't entirely their fault. I mean, I think these are things that need to be explored. And so,
Okay, thank you. Dan Martin, did you have?
We had a problem with ours down at the store twice. I paid Boulder Rooter to come out and fix it. I didn't have the sound town do it. If you're gonna go dig that up and redo that, I want it done at the store too. Because we have problems there every so often.
Was it due to the installation?
No,
It has
So
a
we have-
dip in it.
so we have to have Roller Rooter come out and clean it out.
Yeah, but you have a tap to the main. So they don't have a tap to the main. They're tied to another house.
When we put our store up, the state plumbing inspector was there, you cannot do that by law. Because we were gonna do that, and he come in and saw our car off.
Yeah.
And if you go look where our bathroom is, there's a heave in the floors because he did that. So that is against law.
Yeah.
Yeah. So whoever put it in has to redo it, not the city,
Yeah,
whoever did it.
yeah.
I think Gary can take her own.
It don't make any difference.
Well, I know, but I
they
mean,
cut
is
ours up,
it
so we
okay
can't
to
do it.
fix it, or, yeah, I mean, she bought it now.
Well, then that's her responsibility.
I'd say so too.
Yeah, let's keep the discussion moving, so thank you for that. Do we have any further comments on this one? Okay, seeing none, all those in favor? All those opposed?
Aye.
Okay, no in favor, 3 opposed. All those abstaining? Yes, I'll abstain on this one. Did you vote?
No, I didn't vote because I
Okay,
guess I'll vote no because there's just not enough information in my opinion.
That's exactly what my mind is. Yeah.
Not enough information? Okay.
okay,
Or once the vote's done.
vote's done.
Okay.
Motion fails.
All right, I'll make a motion to table till the next meeting so we can do a little more.
Get more research.
Researching.
Okay, thank
Okay,
you for that.
I'm good for that.
Motion to table by Aaron. Do we have a second?
Second.
Trina seconds. Any discussion on the motion to table? Seeing none, all those in favor?
Aye.
Motion carries, so we'll table it, put it on the next agenda. Moving on to 9H, approved purchase of water system filter media. So I guess I'll just make the motion to approve and we can put the discussion under a motion if somebody chooses to second.
I'll second.
Trina seconds. Okay, and so originally this one was tied to the approval of the loan, but since that's an open question right now, and we need to get the filter media coming, and it not necessarily for the plant that's being designed, but we had a discussion as a board about the need to do some further testing on the Battle Creek well, because we haven't tested it in a while, and there was a question of sampling going on a few months, and so if we find that the Battle Creek well has, I mean, we don't have any reason to believe that we're out of spec right now, but without testing, we just don't really know. And so the idea being that since this system filter media has a longish lead time, that we need to get it coming so we can do the testing. And then if we find there's an issue, then we have the media to put into a system that we would have to then rent to take care of it for the short term. So that's the reasoning behind this. Anthony, did I cover that correctly, or is there anything you'd like to add?
No, that's true. And obviously, if we had the ability to bring the well up on top of the hill online, I mean, everybody's always said, Chuck had always said that we could do that. I just, without treating it, I think that is a big thing. That's a big thing to be telling the residents that we're bringing that on without taking the radium out first. So I think that it's a part of redundancy that's got to happen regardless of what ends up happening with the referendums and petitions and all that. It's just, it's an asset we already have, and the media would allow us, like Cal said, to at least rent the equipment. And then obviously you guys have voted to allow me to do the bid on the equipment to purchase. And I would request that they have the rental versus the purchase in the bid. Because that's a sealed bid. It's a special type of bid because it's specialized equipment. We're probably only gonna get 2 bidders. So yeah, that facilitates that. And I've checked with the DANR and I've checked with the manufacturer of the media, and it can be put into either manufacturer's vessels. So we're not like fouling the bid or making it so that one has an advantage over the other, because that media can be used in either WRT out of Colorado or ECT2 out of Maine. Those are kind of the main ones that we're thinking. And if a third one comes in, great, maybe out of the West Coast, but that media is an off the shelf.
Okay, thank you. Do we have any further comments or questions?
Oh, and it's been pre-approved by the DANR. So like to Trina's discussion before, I have written pre-approval of them allowing us to pre-purchase.
Nice.
Okay, thank you. All right, seeing none, all those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. All opposed?
Thank
Nay, are you? So 3 ayes, 2. Okay, we got an error over here, so we got 3 ayes, 2 nays. Motion carries, so thank you for that. 9I, approve replacing remaining residential booster pumps. I'll make a motion to approve, but I think this is something that we need to discuss also before, obviously, but is there a second on the motion to approve?
Yeah, I'll second.
Trina seconds. And so this one, so the booster pumps that have been found to be leaking up to this point, the ones that we know about that are leaking have all been replaced. And so what this item is to then preemptively replace the ones that are still the old style that are prone to leaking, where it's not a matter of if they leak, but when they leak. And so the question in front of the board on this one is, do we want to replace the remaining residential booster pumps? And we do have the quote there that the plumber will continue to honor, which is the $2,400 per pump, which includes all the installation and everything like that, and the pre-inspection that they come out and look at it. So I've been working with them to get this done. And so really that's the question. Do we want to spend the money now and get them done and, hopefully alleviate any more leaking until we have a permanent centralized booster pump solution? Or do we want to wait until the existing ones start leaking and then address it then? So Aaron?
Yeah, I actually bumped into someone from there. I ran over my design for bringing that that 2-inch booster pump back online in a way that would be able to address both pressure and gravity. I just have to get in and CAD out the design, but I think we would probably get way less money spent on a permanent solution that would cover all of the low pressure spots in town. But I just haven't been around to getting that design done. I'll work on that, I think, maybe later this week.
And how long do you think that will take you?
To do the design?
Uh-huh.
When I focus and sit down, 45 minutes.
Okay. All right. And how many are there?
And that's the thing. I think there's 4, I think there's 4.
4 left?
4 left. I apologize. I meant to check that before the meeting. I just ran out of time. So that's something that I can forward to the office and they can get out to the rest of the board. Trina?
We would have to check with the insurance company that they would cover us changing the pump. Yeah, we don't want to.
I think it's safety precaution, but.
Well, you can look at it as 2 ways. It'd be way more expensive if they start leaking and there gets mold about, way more expensive. So in that case, it's better to do it right now. But if you can get your part figured out in a short amount of time, we could probably wait till the next meeting to figure this out, Cal? And check with the insurance company. Is that fair?
Yeah.
What was that, Donna?
I said if it's 4 of them, that's over $10,000.
Yeah. Right. Yeah, and I think we've done 4 up to this point. Yeah, I'll have to check my records and I still O'Reilly which I've been working with the plumbers to get, but so
okay.
We'll get that out to you soon. Okay, so we do have a motion on the floor. It looks like this is kind of a question the board appears to not have a resolution to tonight, so let's go ahead and do a vote. So the motion on the floor is motion to approve. So all those in favor of the motion to approve, sorry, please say aye. Okay, 0 ayes. All those opposed, please say nay.
Nay.
Nay. Okay, motion fails. Do we want to do a motion to table on this one as well?
Until the next meeting? More information, that'd be great.
Okay, Linda makes the motion to table.
I'll second.
Is that a motion, Linda?
Yes, thank you.
Motion to table, 3 seconds. Any discussion on this one? Okay, hearing none. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Okay.
Aye.
You voting?
Aye.
Okay.
Sorry.
Okay, motion carries. We'll table this one till the next agenda. And so now we're on to 9J, approved budget for WWTP, beautification, public tool safety upgrades. And we do have the quote here from Concord Construction to perform that work.
I make a motion that we approve the budget for Comfort to make the upgrades for safety and beautification of the lagoon.
Okay, Brandon makes a motion. Do we have a second?
Sure.
Linda seconds.
So, yeah,
It's right here.
I'm just focusing. Oh,
It was added. It was something that was I accidentally omitted. Yes,
So if I could, Chairman, so I think beautification is a horrible description for this list of items that need to be done. I mean, gutters and downspouts, I don't know if that would be considered beautification or if it's for the overall longevity and durability of the building. It is a wood structure, so, we talked about, giving it some kind of coating on the interior, a dehumidifier, to keep it, that dehumidifiers work really well here because we're already dry. And so you're in a very concentrated moisture environment. So that'll really help. It also, cools the building, the dehumidifier in the middle of the summer. And then epoxy floors is just it's a coating, it's to protect the concrete floors, it's to allow for spills, for a better traction surface if we're bringing people in and out. The big thing was the guardrails when it came to the public, the general public. Also some placards saying that if you get something that's splashing in your eyes, here's the eye wash station that you go to and you pull it down and put your face in it so you wash out anything that has gotten in your eyes. And, it's not something that is for aesthetics. So I think somehow that became the word, but it's really items that improve the building's ability to survive, right? And protect our asset and our investments. And so and before the contractor's done with it, right? And then it's a closed contract.
So when they do that epoxy, do they grind the floor first, open up the concrete?
No, they'll put
I've done it for years. It'll look nice for a few years and it brings something.
Let's just try to maintain the flow of everything here.
I just got a question for him.
I understand, but if you guys can please raise your hands and wait till you're called out for that. So, thank you.
Yeah, so you put a chemical down that changes color that allows for the bonding. It's called a bonding agent. And you need to put a bonding agent before you put epoxy. So, garage floors, they don't get ground down before they get epoxy put on them. And that's the same type of surface.
I did one in Reno, Dakota, water treatment plant. They made us grind it, no chemical, grind it, open it up. And they
I
put the epoxy.
published for the American Concrete Institute.
Let's direct comments.
Doesn't matter. Professional training.
So did you have any comments on the motion, Anthony?
No, that's just that it was kind of a weird misnomer.
Okay, Aaron.
I don't know if it's been pointed out, but it says humidifier, and I really hope that's a typo.
Yeah, dehumidifier.
Railing span silicone 4,600 for Later, 115 hours. Gutter and downspouts. That feels like a lot. Epoxy floor. Doesn't actually feel like that. Yeah. Railings kind of feels cheap. The walls. Yeah. Staying outside and inside. Staining the inside of the walls. Painting. That's not. We may get a year, and it's gonna have to be redone. We really need to do the paneling if we're gonna do it. And I think we should. I think we should price out the paneling before we approve anything else as far as the walls on the inside. Just my thoughts.
I mean, I think it stands to reason too, that if we did do paneling and we did the ceiling and then the paneling, that it would help even more. So if there was any moisture that did get behind the paneling, it could kind of doubly protect them. But I do agree that we should get the panel question answered. I don't know that it necessarily prevents us from deciding this tonight, but that's up to the board. So do you have any other comments, questions? Okay, seeing none, all those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. All opposed? Any abstaining?
I just
Oh.
slow.
Sorry, I think the,
You voted yes? You voted yes?
I think we have 5 ayes, and so motion carries. Sorry, I think it started to by right vote, so.
Engineer.
Yeah. Okay, so on 10A Street, I just do have one quick update. I talked to Dustin from Pennington County today, and we're gonna do a drive around the streets to, which will be, what is it? Next week sometime. It's actually next Tuesday before the work session, so we'll be driving around and kind of figuring out where they can help us out on those issues that they can fix, so. Eric?
On that note, when you go around with him, he'll definitely ask him what he thinks he should do rather than what somebody may want to do. He was very good about that last year about saying, yeah, we could technically do that, but you're kind of throwing away your money because that's not going to accomplish anything. So I would be definitely open to his guidance on that. Pretty much with anything with streets. All the good streets people around here will tell you, no, don't bother with that. You're wasting your money. You've got too much issues going on under the surface.
Right, yeah, and so we did talk about some of the things that they can do and the things that they are capable of that would give us some benefit, and then, you know, if there's anything that would not give us benefit, so, but thanks for the reminder on that, and I will reach out to Custer County and see if they have some space for us in their schedule to get some work done along with them. So anyways, on to streetlight repairs, I don't think we have anything on that. Open work orders. Let's see. Yeah, there's a couple on here that need to get closed out, or at least with progress. So leaking meter pit, that one was the one we talked about tonight. Done. I did check garden meter, that one's started. There's a few things on here. Leaking booster pump, that one has been taken care of. So we do still have a lot of meter type issues there. Is that part of what you guys do for operations? Anthony?
So repairing the meters is not an operation thing. You know, we have contractors in town. They gotta be licensed, of course. We'll make sure that happens, but we like to have a little degree of separation between us as the water sewer department and allowing contractors to work in town on, you know, with us checking that the work was done. So we represent the town. And so there kind of is that area where it goes into the homeowner. And so if there's a contractor, and it depends as well on who pays for it, I think that we want to reserve our resources for emergencies. We want a straight answer. We can do things, but we really want to keep that to, we had to do it to save the town from running out of water or whatever it is, you know? So.
Okay, so I think what we need to do then is all the meter type issues, need to reach out and maybe get some quotes.
Yeah.
I guess I'll do that, reach out and get a couple of quotes on what it would take for a contractor to at least come identify the issues. And then if they were to find issues that they could then repair, then they can get those.
Yeah, there's a couple of people in town, so you can get a couple folks.
Okay, all righty, thank you for that. Any other comments on work orders? Anyone? Okay. So I think we're on to Custer County Law. Would you like to present?
Well, I have talked to Liz a couple times and they're really.
Yeah, it's nice.
Pretty quiet. A lot of paper being served and ambulance calls and then we had that fire call out on Walter Street and found that was addressed real fast. Never did really ever see where it was. So other than that, welfare check. And
There's 29 total and
slow.
six of them are extra patrol and 4 of them are paper service. So that takes you right down to 19. And that's not including the ambulance calls or the misdials, the fire, duplicate call. So that was very slow for this month.
We were good boys and girls this month.
Yep, I guess so.
It looks like you have the paperwork or go ahead and do that out. That license plate thing.
Yes, ma'am. Yep. So if we're done with the law, we can move on to 11B. This is the electricity license agreement for implementation and reuse.
I made the motion that we approve this.
Makes the motion.
Second.
We have second. So just, I guess we could just do a quick overview on that. And that is, so this is, we talked about it at one of the prior meetings, right? Where this is to have.
Yeah, he reached out to me on it and then I presented it to you. It just takes a picture of the license plate. It doesn't take to make to the car or nothing. It's just the license plate.
Right, and so, and this would help them aid, or help
If
aid
in
them.
case, if they need to use it, they can. And I mean, it's all, I mean, there's no, we don't have to worry about, wire in for electrical. I don't know, it can't be that much. And,
Yeah, it says maximum power draw for the communications box is 20 watts, the camera's 15 watts, and on average, it looks like one camera is 40 watts, so, yeah, it's pretty minimum.
can we ever get that other license or that other reason?
Yeah, it was fixed, wasn't it?
Then tell me how the speed limit one is.
I know, yeah, I need to fix that, get that back to Josh, so. I'll try and get that.
My son said he would help her.
I know, it's just, it's been crazy, so.
So is this gonna cost us anything? Approve the electricity license? It's not gonna cost us anything? We just have to approve it.
We have to prove, we're gonna pay them.
The electric bill, but none of the installation or the product. Okay. Yep.
It happened, everything, we just have to pay for the.
Great.
They're gonna tap a street light.
I'd like to call for a vote.
Down by,
Call for a vote.
Oh, way down there.
Okay, we all ready for a vote then?
Yes.
Okay, all those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. I don't think there's any opposed, so motion carried. Okay, on to 12A for budget, the higher wage shoots as the new town attorney.
So Cal, Wade is on the screen behind you.
Oh, there he is. Hey Wade, how's it going? Good to talk to you again.
Yes, we can hear you good.
Okay, well, thanks for having me here tonight. I'm looking forward to the opportunity of working with you and your staff as the town attorney. Just a little bit about me. My job here is to help you do what you want to do within what the law allows, and provide any risks and options you so that you as a town can make informed decisions. I plan on contributing to the continued success of the town of Hermosa. And really, I'm glad to be here, even if it's remote. I'm ready to get to work. So, if you guys have any questions, just let me know.
Okay, thanks Wade. Let's go ahead and get a motion on the floor and then we can have any questions or discussions for you. So I'll go ahead and make a motion to approve a budget to hire Wade as the new town attorney for $7,500 for the initial budget. Do we have any seconds?
So what is the initial budget for the attorney?
Just said
7,500. That's what we got budgeted.
That's the
Oh, our current budget is what you're asking? What
Yeah,
our
what's the
budget
current
is?
budget?
I think we still have 15,000 in our current year. Last
So there's-
last meeting, how much do we have?
So why are we looking for a new attorney?
hold on, there's a motion on the floor. Do we have a second?
I'll second. How much do we have? Okay.
Legal, we have 11,445.
Okay.
Okay,
And that's we paid Scott December through March.
okay, Linda or Donna, sorry.
And why are we looking for a new attorney? I believe Scott James is doing this fantastic job.
Right,
And it's very good.
right. So, I mean, I do appreciate everything that Scott's done for us. However, I know, at least in my opinion, there's some opinions that I think could have been done a little more completely. I know the opinion on the Preston question. There's some things that weren't addressed in there, such as the payments that went out from the town to the contractor, also the Preston's to the town, and also it just seemed like on that one in particular, the question on the responsibility was more vague in the opinion than what the contract stated. So that one in particular, but Donna, did you have a?
I have one more question, Jess. Where is this attorney live?
So Woody, would you like to answer that for us?
Yeah, so I'm located here in Aberdeen, South Dakota, at the firm Siegel, Burnett and Schutz. Okay,
So you're not gonna be, will you be at our meetings?
yes, via remote. There is cause for me to come and travel to Hermosa. I'd be happy to do so. But if it's all right with the board, if I stand via remote, I would definitely
How
do that.
many years does he have as an attorney? How many years have you been an attorney?
How many years?
Yeah.
I think it started, I've been admitted to practice law in South Dakota in October of 2025, so very recently. But since that time, I've also been admitted into the bars of Minnesota, and I am currently pending in North Dakota. I have worked for 3 years as an intern for Mr. Craig Thompson and Vermillion, who was the city attorney of Elk Point. And so a large part of my work was a law student and as an intern pertaining to city attorney matters. And so this is something that I do have quite some experience in. And members of my firm here in Aberdeen are also city attorneys. So as far as experience goes, you can call upon not only my experience, but that of my firm as well.
So how long have you known Anthony?
How long have I known Anthony?
Yeah.
Just about as long as I've known any of you.
Yeah, so I would like to point out to you some preliminary conversations that I've had with you, revolved around, the booster pump question and how should the town approach that? I know that, we as a board had asked Mr. James to look at that for us and, I think he got, if memory serves, he was unable to, I guess, it seems like we got stuck at the part of the talking to the insurance company. If no,
No.
you'd like to refresh my memory, please?
Yeah, the insurance company determined we weren't liable, because the issue with booster pumps was a product's liability question. Booster pumps are faulty, so if people have a legal cause of action, it's gonna be against the manufacturer, not against the town. Town, could be potentially liable for installation issues, but there's no information that there was any problem with the installations. So I did get that answer, and then I gave you that answer in a board meeting. And I think I told you that we weren't on the hook legally for anybody suing us. Probably would be out of liability, and the insurer would defend us. But the board, out of the goodness of their heart and as a charitable measure, wanted to try to make it right. And certainly could. That was my answer to you.
Okay, well, thank you for that. So I guess going back to the booster pumps, on the last one we did find an issue with installation where the things were put in backwards. It's something that we just found out. So I'll get a statement from Jamie at Cromer about that. But as far as we know, the rest of them did not have that issue. So thank you for bringing that one up. Is there, so since the town is not liable, then the citizens would have to reach out directly to the booster pump manufacturer. Is that right?
They had to reach out to Grundfos, which is the manufacturer. There was a recall of that particular model. The problem was that we didn't have a good batch of what the recall, the model numbers were, actually with that particular recall. I was not able to identify because I didn't have the numbers about whether these booster pumps actually fit into that specific recall or not. But even if they didn't fit in the recall, there could be a product liability action on your behalf.
Okay, thank you. Aaron?
Yeah, so the other side, so the opinion on the Prestons, that I know was a concern. Another concern was the opinion on conflicts of interest. I know that that struck a nerve with a few conflicts of interest and town officials and what is a town official. I'd be curious, Wade, did you by any chance get to review these other opinions? I don't imagine so, right? These other opinions that are essentially drawing our current attorney's ability to perform any question. And the reason I ask is because essentially what we're doing right now, it seems, is we're looking at replacing our current attorney because of a disagreement with legal opinions that were based very explicitly on statute, which is, part of me wonders if the goal here isn't to find an attorney that would be less committed to statute. How strict are you on statutory?
Come on, man.
No, I'm curious.
Come on.
How strict are you with the interpretation of statute? For instance, things like conflicts of interest.
Conflicts of interest is something that I take very seriously. Both as an attorney. And is this Anthony asking me this question?
No, sorry.
No.
Aaron.
Oh, I'm just kind of down here. You can barely see me.
The camera's there.
His name is Aaron.
Aaron?
Hi.
Okay. Well, I would say, that conflict of interest is something that I take very seriously as an attorney, and I think that it is something that every official, whether a board member or whether it's a city council member, they should be taking that very seriously. As far as statutory interpretation, I mean, the jurisprudence of today's courts is a statutory letter of the law scheme. You know, the common law is slowly being eroded away, and we're more and more moving towards statutory enforcement and interpretation. So,
Yeah, I agree.
but statutes are open to interpretation, and that's usually what leads one to court.
Yeah.
And trial is a difference of interpretation. If it's unambiguous, and you want me to interpret a particular statute, I'll tell you that it's unambiguous and it states what it states, and this is the way that a court, in my opinion, would rule. If there is some wiggle room for ambiguity, I'll tell you what that is. So I hope that answers your question, and I hope I'm coming in clear. You guys have been intermittently cutting out, sorry, so just let me know if any of my statements here are not coming through, okay?
We hear you fine.
Yeah, thank you. Any other comments or questions from the board? Okay, I see 3 hands out there. We'll take 3 more questions or comments. Dan. Okay, Dan.
Was Mr. James at that executive session you had when you discussed his deal with Preston when you come out and rescinded that motion? Was he there to defend himself or anything on any of that?
So the item up for question right now is for the new town attorney. However, we did consider Mr. James' opinion at that executive without divulging too much, and so we actually fielded a complaint about what went on at that meeting, and it was found that the complaint was had no merit. So, Trina, did you have?
Well, I think I think his question was different than what you're thinking.
Oh, sorry, Dan.
His question was, I think he was implying that we had an executive session that we've talked about this already.
Yeah, because you came out of executive session right away and you rescinded that motion.
Oh,
For
well,
precedence.
we didn't talk about a new lawyer. We've never talked about
I
a
never
new
said
lawyer.
that. I just said, is he there to represent himself, give you legal advice or anything on it?
Yeah.
You rescinded that motion. Was he at that meeting?
Yeah, he was.
I wasn't there.
No,
What you were,
Oh,
what
not me.
you gave us that, was that in the public meeting when you gave us that letter? That's what I'm thinking of?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Now, the second part, you seriously thinking hire a lawyer live 6 hours from here? Imagine that bill when you get that for 12 hours of driving time. That's gonna suck that 7,500 up so fast.
Yeah. Donnie?
I'm just having a problem if we're already breaking up and he can't hear us, and we're gonna be paying him $300 an hour, and he's having a hard time via remote.
Well, I think that's a great point, and most towns don't have an attorney on staff at every meeting, and so part of the request I made of the board to have the discretion to invite or de-invite the attorney as the board president was to help save on those costs, and if there was an opinion that we needed to have decided that came up at the board meeting, then we could vote as a board to request that opinion of the attorney. So, Deb?
Yes, so it appears to me that you're making a recommendation that Scott James be fired based upon your opinion? Is that what I'm getting?
Well, my opinion would be that, yes, but it's a board decision, so.
Okay, that leads into my next question. If you as the board haven't discussed firing Scott James, how can these meetings be dated, what is it, the 3rd of April? And his letter to you dated the 6th of April. How did he get on the agenda before? How long has this been going on?
I didn't notice that.
So I've had preliminary discussions with him about, some of the things going on here and,
When did that start?
before we received this letter.
Sure enough.
Just so everybody knows, professional services, this happens where somebody has, a recommendation, and in professional services, it doesn't go to bidding, kind of like with what I'm doing with the logo. I'm bringing up some people that I've researched. It's pretty common to do that.
I'm glad you brought that up. That's a valid point. And my next question is, why not open the position to bids?
It's generally not done for professional services, and we're not gonna open it up
That's
for.
not true.
It has been in the past.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's unprecedented. We're way out of precedent on this.
I mean, you are, it's like, this is against the precedents, if nothing else. And it seems to me that the Board of Trustees have to give, or maybe over half don't know what's going on. Somebody's doing this on their own, and it gives me the impression that you really don't care about the town of Hermosa or the citizens. Or our attorney for that matter, which has done an exemplary job since he's been here.
His picture stays here. His picture will stand for me.
Right, yeah. Aaron, did you have a?
Yeah, may even be able to disarm the tension, a wee bit. You may be picking up that there's a little bit of a tension in town regarding the town attorney. I'm not going to go into detail because that's absolutely unnecessary, but, the citizens are happy that they feel like they can finally be comfortable with their town attorney that they have right now. That was not always the case. We like Scott being close by, but again, this does seem to have come up as a result of disagreements on his legal opinions. So my thought would be, and I've read enough statute to know that this is okay, is to consider a essentially backup attorney, a secondary. So that if we find ourselves, and there was a time, how long was it that I asked for a second opinion on something we got from legal? It wasn't that long. We never got it. But I'm kind of wondering what your thoughts are on that. Is essentially somebody we can go to if the first opinion doesn't sit right with some or all of the board members, and we'd like a second opinion on the matter. How would you feel comfortable? Would you feel comfortable providing that sort of a service?
I would, yeah. I often advise clients, if they're uncomfortable with any of my recommendations, to go and get a second opinion. It's not uncommon, not unheard of, and I'd be happy to provide a second opinion if that is the role that you wish me to fulfill.
That's a very good and ethical answer. Thank you. Thank you.
I just want to say again, I looked this up last year, and I'm looking it up again, and this is not something that would go out to bids. The professional services, and the board has.
That's not true.
Yeah, no, I've done a lot of research on this because I had the same question as you when I was sitting in the audience when they were making a decision something about a year ago. And I did research back then, and I'm looking now too, and I'm finding the same thing, such as attorneys, consultants, engineers. It's not about bidding the lowest price. Of course, that is a huge concern for us. It's about choosing the professional services that will best benefit the needs of the town.
Where's the rest of them?
That's the thing, as professional services, you don't need.
Stop interrupting.
It's a valid question.
It may be, but
You don't need
call
more.
on you and you didn't raise your hand, so
I
please.
don't need more of an answer than that.
No, you don't need more than one professional service
Let's just-
bid or two in this, I brought two.
Let's all just kind of take a beat here.
Sure.
And, I mean, you guys, please, respect the order of the meeting and everything like that. I know this is a tough subject, so, I saw Donna's hand up. Linda, is that your hand up?
Yep, but go with them.
Well, I guess what preempted you to check into this stuff?
Yeah.
how long have you been contacted with him that all of a sudden tonight you drop it on the agenda? I don't think that's fair to the rest of the board and the citizens. It was a rash decision. It's on the agenda. Make a vote.
Okay. I mean, we hired our current attorney by the motion, and so look.
But we knew something about him. We don't know nothing about this guy, other than he's an attorney, and he hasn't been an attorney very long, and he lives in Aberdeen.
Right, and he has a whole,
It's my understanding he's only been an attorney 5 months.
okay, he has a whole, firm behind him. And I think some of the opinions that, in my view, were kind of.
But your view don't count. You're not the only one.
Well, that's why I'm bringing it forward. But, in my view, the opinion was neutral, but I don't think that it should have been. And so,
I
those
think
are
we
my.
should have had an executive session to discuss this before we even put it on the agenda.
Okay, Linda?
Well, I recall when, in a little bit in the past, when, someone else was the president of the board, and at that time, he did all the research on engineering without us knowing it, and on attorneys without us knowing it. And
That's in the past.
that's in the past, right? But we're talking about presidents here. Somebody else mentioned presidents. So I'm following up, presidents, whatever. I'm following up with it. Thank you for telling me that. So I'm just following up with that. It's the same thing. It is the same. So, yeah, I recall when he did it.
Linda, can you please just address your comment to me if she's talking to the turn?
You're right, I'm sorry. Sorry, sir. So that's my point on the matter. I told Scott to your face, before we hired you, I believe, that I was concerned that, you had conflicts of interest. One was because of, Southern Hills Water and your dealings with them in the past and where you live and the fact that they are providing your water. And also with, well, let's see, you've been the attorney for a few Hermosa citizens, and I think that is over now, but you have been, and so that was kind of a conflict. I am also quite happy with your work. I've told you that before. I have no problem either with an attorney being here at every meeting or not being here at every meeting. It's kind of a thing of whether we feel like we need it or not. And the public's opinion, was that we were spending far too much money with our previous attorneys. And so that was part of the thing. Why does he need to be at every meeting? Well, he didn't need to, but now they're okay with you being here. So I want you to please understand me, that the citizens themselves have said one thing on one hand and one thing on the other. And so I am just stating the fact that, I don't think there's any problem whatsoever in the way this was handled as far as you finding an attorney or you possibly finding an attorney. I assume that you've checked a few others and there's not many that want our business. I think that in this case, I would have to probably agree with Aaron in the fact that I don't see why we can't have two. I also don't see why we have to have one sitting here at most times. You have commented a few times and your comments have been very good, I thought, tonight. I appreciate that. But then again, it's how many hours worth of pay are we paying him to sit here and give us those couple of little opinions? And so
So how does that
Hold on.
Talk.
Are you done?
I basically have said everything. If I need to say more, I'll raise my hand again. Thank you.
Okay, Scott and then Donna.
So, I want to address Linda's question first, because I don't know if you know this, but I've offered to Kel multiple times to say, hey, you can move the legal section up in the agenda. I don't have to be there the entire meeting. If you want to excuse me early, or whatever, you can save some money. I've offered that to you, have I not? And you've also said, if there's special meetings you don't want me at, fine, I don't need to be, I'm not trying to burn up the town's money. I'm trying to be conscientious of the money.
Yes, I know that.
But so I've tried to do this, but to date, I've not had any instruction to do that. So again, if you want to have something that would, get me out, I don't have to stay here until 10:30. My wife would be a lot happier about it too. So I'm totally happy to do some solution like that to spare you on some of the extra hours of sitting here. And then again, if something comes up in the meeting later and maybe we didn't anticipate I was needed, you can always reach out for that opinion or whatever after that, right?
Yes.
So it's not the end of the world if I wasn't there to comment on. So that's, to me, that's the way that we would handle it. That's the way that you should handle it. And I've offered that. So that's on that point. I guess, but to the chair, I want to address this comment. That I've heard the chair himself remark to this town multiple times, that if the town has a problem with the way the board is doing things, that you should come directly to the board and bring the problem to the board, and not go around and do stuff, around the board. And for this issue that you've just complained about me on, that courtesy was not provided. I've never gotten any negative feedback about anything I've done, including the two opinions you're now complaining about. It's the first time I've ever heard anything complain about those two opinions. If you had an issue with those opinions, you could have raised it to me. I could have corrected, I could have amended it, I could have looked further into it. But this is the way you've chosen to raise it today. So that was fair to me. Okay. So that's that part. I don't like getting personal with things, because I like to be objective. I like to be able to be available to the whole board, but I don't feel that that's a fair tactic. The other thing I would say is that, I think that these opinions are not really why we're here on this topic. That's not the real reason. The real reason we're here is because of the town engineer, and the reason is because he has a problem with me. Okay, that's the issue. And so I don't really have a problem with Anthony either. I got along well with Anthony for quite a while. Up until I was asked by this board to write that opinion about his town engineer status and, whether he had conflicts of interest and that kind of thing. And when I wrote that opinion, and I consulted Anthony, I didn't have to consult Anthony, but I consulted Anthony before I even wrote the opinion. I called him, I asked him, I said, hey, I've been asked to write this opinion. Can you give me some guidance? Because I don't know the circumstances when you were sworn in. I don't know how that happened. Can you tell me a little bit of detail about that so I can learn about that? And during the conversation, Anthony got very angry at me, shouted at me in the conversation. You can pretend like that didn't happen, but it did. And so this is my time to speak. Anthony, you can have your turn later. Okay?
Hold on, guys. Just calm down.
Raise your voice to me on that call. And
Anthony.
That is a breach of decorum.
Please.
And so then you actually commented to me, I was only here for because of what happened to Hag, and I didn't really deserve to be here, was kind of your implication to me after that in that call. And then I have a witness here, which is Terry, because we were here early that meeting, the next time we were here. And when I delivered that opinion to the board, Anthony and I were here early. He started commenting and raising his voice to me before the meeting about his disagreement with the stuff I'd written in the opinion. And it was audible, it was loud, he was raising his voice to me before the meeting. And so then, after that, there's been 3 separate issues that have happened where I've given an opinion to the finance officer or the board or whoever, and whatever it was questioning Anthony, it was delaying something he wanted to do, he didn't like my opinion, so we wanted to go around. So he sought a second opinion for multiple things, so like this referendum issue. It was the referendum issue for whether this DRSF loan could be put on the referendum or not. He came into the town finance office, said, that's not, Terry told me to go to the referendum. No, it doesn't. No, it doesn't. That's not true. He walked out of here, and then he went and found some attorney to write an opinion. The problem was the attorney had the same opinion I did. The attorney came in the back and it was the exact same opinion that I did. But it needs to be, it's a referable issue. It needs to be in the referendum. So he did that. Then when the question at the ballot language, I saw you included again this Don Peterson commission. And again, I put the ballot language out there. Mr. Peterson said, yeah, it looks pretty good to me. throw this one word. But I'm getting double checked because whatever I'm doing, I don't think your town, I mean, I can work with anybody. I've worked with all kinds of people, I think your town engineer needs to be able to accept scrutiny and questioning a little more. If there's a legal question, I don't think he's good at accepting criticism. I saw in this very meeting when Mr. Martin was asking about this epoxy issue, he starts touting his credentials. He doesn't want to listen to him. So again, I'm not, all I'm saying to the board is, if you want somebody who's going to rubber stamp what Anthony does and not question him, I'm not the attorney for this town. I will never be that attorney. I'm always going to have my integrity. I'm going to question. If there's a question to be answered, I'm going to ask it. And I'm not just going to bow down because people, are frustrated. So, I'm always going to give you the honest answers as I see them. Okay? So that's what I have to say.
All right, thank you. Hold on, Anthony. Donna, did you have your hand up?
I want to thank Mr. James for speaking out. This is what the citizens have been feeling all along, and I hate to say it, but I think Anthony needs to move on.
Okay, Aaron?
So wait, I'm not sure how much of that, you probably heard that pretty well, did you? That little discussion?
Wasn't his to hear.
I did, and I have to agree wholeheartedly with, I believe Mr. James, who was speaking. Yeah, I'm not here to rubber stamp anything either. I mean, it's just a matter of giving a legal opinion, and I'm sorry, I'm getting some feedback here. Somebody trying to talk to me.
No, you're good. You're good.
Yeah, everything that Scott has just said, I wholeheartedly agree with. It's matters that are put to an attorney have to be unbiased and in the town's best interest. So whoever is to do that, and whoever you hire, I hope is doing that for the town. So I did hear everything. Is there a question for me?
Yeah, so, well, it kind of brings me back to full circle. I'd really like to think this board could come to an agreement that maybe having Mr. Schutz as essentially a backup secondary opinion, something when these sort of contentious events happen, right? Because otherwise, I mean, if we get a new attorney every time somebody disagrees with them, we will eventually run out of attorneys. So, yeah, I think, does any of the other board want to share an opinion on that? Essentially a deputy attorney or is that just?
I don't like the secondary. And maybe it has to be that way, but I would say that there's no reason why we can't have two attorneys and have one for one subject, one for another. I don't know. I just don't think that, there's just.
Well, no hierarchy creates chaos. You need a primary attorney. Scott's the most experienced attorney to ever sit in this room, as far as I understand. So.
Okay, let's do two more from the audience. And then, I guess we'll move to a vote. So Connie and then Shelley.
I just think if we stay with Scott James for the time being, this was dropped on everybody tonight. I think there's things to work out between the board. If you're gonna do somebody secondary, that's a rush decision that's being made tonight. Not only for the citizens, but for the board members that weren't even ready till this packet showed up tonight. The whole agenda was out last Friday, but his letter came in on the 6th of April. So
Yesterday.
that should have been available to everybody last Friday. It was not. Nobody was prepared for it. And I think it needs to be tabled and some more discussion done on it before any decisions are made tonight. We need to keep our attorney for the time being.
Okay, Shelley.
It kind of sounds like they are both on the same track.
their ethics, whatever, they're here for the town, so I don't understand why you would want a secondary one when they both think the same.
Okay. Just more of a, now you have to disagree with two people, like now you have two.
But you don't listen to him anyway.
I do, I try.
Okay, hold on, it's okay, I don't know, so I think we're pretty much done. I see your hand, Anthony, but I think, as far as the question goes, I think that, we've had a good enough discussion on that, so I'll just go ahead and call the vote on this one. So all those in favor of approving the budget to hire Wade Schutz as a new town attorney for $7,500, please say aye. Aye. Okay. All those opposed?
Aye. Nay, whatever.
Okay.
I'm abstaining.
So we have
I
one.
would like to make a new motion.
Okay, hold on a second. We had 3 nays and 1 abstention. So, motion fails. Linda?
I would like to make a motion that we hire Schutz as a alternate attorney for when the needs, when we need it, when there's conflict of interest.
Perceived conflict.
Perceived. Thank you. That's probably the better way to put it. Thank you.
But then I think Scott James should be, have an opinion on that too.
I think this board knows that, I'm sorry.
Let's, we gotta get a second on that before we move on.
I'll second for discussion, so we can.
Thank you.
Okay, Mr. James?
I was gonna say, I think I've always been pretty straightforward with this board when I feel like I have a conflict. And it does come up occasionally, not much, but, and I'll declare it right away, my, the church or whatever, that kind of thing. That would have been a good time to have this guy to get his opinion on that. That'd been great. I don't think he knew what he was walking into tonight in this discussion, and I don't blame him. He's a young attorney, he's looking for work, I get that. I'm probably sure I can work with him too, you have all those type of issues come up, so. Again, I think in a conflict situation, it's good, and if we have other situations where there's some dissatisfaction, you want a second opinion about something, I think that's useful, I'm sure.
Okay, thank you for that, sir. Aaron?
Just, I mean, yeah, this is just my opinion. Conflicts of interest, my part out loud. Declaring a conflict of interest isn't to benefit other people, it's to benefit the person who could be perceived as having the conflict. If you think you have a conflict, you declare it, and you say, I'm stepping away from that, because if I get involved in that, things go south, I don't want people saying it's because my hands were dirty. Conflicts of interest declarations benefit the person who makes the declaration. It's like a shield, it's like, all right, I'm just letting you know, I can't touch that. So the perceived conflict is something we've had to deal with in the past. Oh, the terrible past. But I think we're getting to the point where we, on a regular basis, see people very openly and freely say, I'm not touching that, I got a conflict, I think, in that sense, I think we're moving in a better direction for the most part.
Okay.
That was a tangent, sorry.
Well, thank you for your comments. Do we have any further comments on this one? Okay, seeing none, all those in favor?
So now what is?
May I ask? I'm sorry, I do have another comment.
Oh, okay, well,
Sir, are you willing to take the position the way I put it out there? As an attorney for our opinion, not our sole attorney. And so then there wouldn't be that dollar amount we'd have to pay you separately for each opinion, and would that work for you?
Yes, I think that would work for me just fine. If you need me to step in and assist with matters whenever Mr. James is conflicted, or if you need an opinion that is not beholden to any camp in the town, and unbiased opinion from me, I'd be happy to do that for you guys.
Thank you. Thank you very much, sir.
So then,
Yeah, all right. Donna, did you have a
well,
question?
how are we gonna do the pay scale?
Well, I would say that it is, yeah.
Just go take it off of what he has on here?
Yep.
Okay. I mean, I don't, maybe I'm once in a while, you can stay open.
Yeah, 2 pages.
Yep. Here.
So just to clarify, the in-person attendance, Scott will be our in-person attendance attorney as needed, if we needed something secondary. So, I mean, we don't really need Wade to remote.
No, we do not need a remote every meeting. Agreed. It would be a called upon both for, Scott and for him, depending on, you know, what the time, what the need is, what the subject is. I think that we need to, like I said, there's the discussion of too much money being spent on attorneys, and although we have cut it a little because of the hourly fees and things, it hasn't been cut enough, in my opinion. And so
Fairness, so it was busy.
we have been busy. We have
It
been
was
very
a
busy, and we're
lot.
going to continue to be busy. We want to be busy, you know?
Yeah.
So I just think that I think it's a good thing. That's what so.
Okay, so now we need the motion.
Yeah. Oh, so now I'll say your motion again.
So the motion by Linda, second by Aaron, to hire Wade Schutz as an alternate attorney when needed for perceived conflict of interest.
I think I said a second attorney, not alternate.
Alternate second?
You just used language alternate.
Yeah, you.
Did I?
I don't think.
Yeah, you-
Huh. Okay, sorry, guys. Sorry, all of you. I secondary, I don't know. It's not, yeah, it is semantics. I know it is, I know. But we've been called on semantics before.
Did we have a second?
So,
Yeah.
I do know the statute doesn't say there's a limit of any kind on how many attorneys you have.
good. Oh,
Okay, so,
Can I call the vote?
yeah, let's just go ahead and vote. So all those in favor, motion on the floor to hire Wade Schutz as the alternate attorney, please say aye.
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 Unanimous.
I think that was unanimous. So,
Before you cut that, I just want to let him know something.
yes, sir.
And the board, so May 23rd through June 1st, I'll be going to Disney World.
Oh, you lucky dog.
So
Oh,
if
how
there's a
nice.
meeting or special, that might be a good opportunity for Wade to. So.
Okay.
June what?
May 23rd.
Where's it going? Oh, June 1st?
Taking kids to Disney World.
Nice.
Nice.
Awesome.
So.
I've been to Disneyland.
So.
Oh, you kids will like
You announced that.
Grandpa,
Yes,
grandpa.
always.
Maybe one. Probably, I'm still working on it. Might.
June 2nd or June 3rd?
Second.
Second. Thank you,
So
Scott.
did you say Disney World or Disneyland?
World, Florida.
Woohoo.
I've been to Disneyland. That's a direct flight.
From.
From Rapid, you can get a direct flight.
Is that right?
Okay,
That's nice.
well, motion carries. Thank you for remoting in, Wade. And, I guess, you guys can, I don't know, should we have them meet and like talk to each other on email or anything?
Well, why don't we
You know.
give this a little rest for a little while and then think about it and work through it.
All right,
I'll get all my information.
okay.
Thank you.
Yes, sir, thank you.
Thank you for your patience, Wade.
Thank you guys for having me. Thank you very much.
Yeah.
Thank
Looking
you.
forward to Working with you, Scott.
Thank
All
you.
right, thank you. Okay, very good. So, I had I think a amenable resolution to that situation. So thanks for everybody. And I know it was a hard topic, and I just appreciate everybody's demeanor and their behavior in that. And so thanks, everybody. So let's move on to claims 14A.
Economic development, we have nothing?
Oh, sorry. There's nothing listed on there. Do we have anything here?
Yeah, I think probably most of the people in this room know by now. I told Scott the other day. So, Roy.
Scott did not gossip with me, so I've not heard what you're talking about.
Roy's driving.
Call me eyes.
Roy's driving. I am property manager as it stands, still working with Roy on something more long-term. I'm going through the repairs needed. I've already got the Iron Dome documentation I needed from regulatory agencies. It's green lit with everybody at the state and up. Working slowly on looking through the property. But don't be surprised if you see the screen running one of these nights this week. I'm really gonna try to get it fired up and do some tests. So don't freak out. It's not an alien invasion or anything. It's just
Congratulations.
What movie are you gonna show?
X-rated movies or?
stop.
Wow.
Well,
I'm not gonna spoil this movie, but there's Charlie Chaplin movies that are public domain. There's some Mickey Mouse content that's public. There's stuff that essentially anybody could play on any screen at any time, just to sort of,
there's something
break it.
interesting for the kids.
Oh, but yeah, the lineup once it opens is going to be retro and classic.
Oh, that's good.
Yeah.
Okay.
For me.
What's that?
Rear window.
Rear window?
Jimmy Stewart.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, so, sorry, I didn't mean to almost skip on your next thing there, but,
Can I get a restroom break?
yeah, you wanna do like you guys wanna do another recess? It's kinda getting
5 minutes?
7 minutes.
Can you keep
Do a 7 minute recess real quick.
Thank you. We can open the door back up too. It's gotten warm in here again.
Yeah. Exercise my trust, maybe.
If you wish.
I mean, I don't see anything else legal on it.
Oh,
I don't think so.
So, but.
that's good.
Anyways, if you wish to leave, that's fine.
Yeah.
And I knew I was gonna regret night.
Oh, yeah.
I'm not actually that.
It's a great idea, but I've got to find Tim.
Oh.
I think my aunt was in town.
Oh, yeah.
My niece, I've never seen this, so. So we're gonna plan to drive for one.
Oh, awesome.
But I used to, I grew up in Memphis, Tennessee, right? So it used to be used to be Florida every year. Just drive down there and go. So that's,
It'd be like 8-hour drive.
no, not even, no, it's more like 4.5 hours from Memphis, yeah. You just go to Mississippi and you're there.
Yeah.
So, yeah, so I know a lot, I spent a lot of time in Florida as a kid. I think my favorite was to the Bahamas. It's beautiful. It's just pristine and pure white. You walk out the coast in 20 feet and see your toes.
Yeah.
The water's so clear.
Well, that's like
It's awesome.
my house.
Yeah, I mean, we got set up in dinner with Phil and so my little girls.
Is there a grade school, right?
My niece is like 3. She'll be, yeah, so she's 3.5.
She'll remember.
She'll like, my mother, he's adult. He'll be frustrated because he don't want to ride the little, so he don't want to ride the bigger. Give me the attention. Something like that, you know? Why am I waiting that line while you can't ride, you know? That's the tension.
Really run
Yeah.
down. For sale, and we were hearing about. Whoever bought it, that's nice.
Well, the guy that built it. They ruled it accident. That's why. But you mean a bunch of others who had built it. They ruled it as people.
They're in his house. We are gonna have to increase our legal. I was looking at the state law for that. It looks like we can without doing another supplement. We can move some of that. law enforcement, I don't know. I just a quick look, I don't understand. But last year the board had the same problem with the legal fees. I remember that. Probably the year.
Yeah, the main issue is when you're just sitting there, you burn out a lot of time. The money would be better.
Yeah.
But I would like to see that. But since he was.
Right.
Blonde brownies.
Yeah, we do need to stop learning.
Maybe you have, you have Don Peterson too, that would do lots of things. Technically, three things. Do the DNR letters too.
Yeah.
So make sure that.
Yeah. And then alternates.
Sunday.
Oh. You know, if we know that our, the specialty that we need is here or there, then we can go here or there.
Right,
So that's nice.
What are the, they're rainbow brown blonde brownies.
Blonde brownies.
Well, they got. Peanut butter chocolate.
What do you think about that, like Asian peanut butter sauce that they put on like chicken and stuff? Yeah.
I don't eat it. So, what did somebody tell me about that guy's got that thing in his front yard? Oh, yeah.
Oh, I think it's a giant dream catcher. I don't know.
Does it light up?
I don't think so, but it looks like a kind of a dream catcher of some kind.
Like the one with the tree, right?
Yeah, that right on the north side.
Well, you have something out there.
Yeah, he did. And then he took
Yeah.
different guys.
1 minute. Hey, Aaron, we got 1 minute. You wanna?
Yeah, he's waiting for the rest.
He hasn't gone yet? I guess he didn't have to go that bad.
Well, it's not.
Why did they see it?
That probably mine is. That's good. And I know I will learn.
No, it's time for that.
And even, oh, time to turn the water back on, hot water back on. I thought when you, airplane, I mean, I have an airplane, but it still does this. Makes me mad. So, but anyway. Whatever. I'm glad the meeting wasn't going on. Timing wise, it worked just fine. What is it, nice for you? No, you had nice weather for the most part than we did. Well, we had rain. I mean, rain.
Is there anyone else
Real
outside?
rain. It was beautiful. I would love to. I tried. They did too. They needed it that badly too. So they were fortunate to get it. But
All righty, folks, you all ready to get started again?
love to.
Yeah, let's get it over with.
All right. That's fine, me too. So, claims. I'll make a motion to approve claims as presented unless somebody needs an amendment.
I'll second it.
Seconds. Do we have any comments, questions, observations, Mr. Service?
Just a couple things I want to note, not to, kick the bee's nest, but DWSRF project, 20,000. I'm not sure if that's something we have itemized. Yeah, ATAC, DWSRF project. Because again, the referendum is a matter we need to be paying attention to.
Well, that's the agreement we have with him. These are all his agreements we currently have.
Professional fees for.
But these are all the different agreements we have. So.
Mhm. FEMA, the FEMA one, we definitely need itemization on anything related to the FEMA.
It's right in here.
Is there?
Yeah, so. So I have to put that one to reimburse, so. And Anthony does provide me with, synopsis of what has been done from the last 6 months in order to get reimbursed.
Okay,
Okay, while he's looking at that, do you have any other comments or questions? Are you satisfied?
I think I'm satisfied with the itemization on the FEMA brick. Trina, if you wanna, can you email copies of that to me and Trina? We were talking about it earlier.
Okay, thank you. Any other comments, questions? Okay, all those in favor?
Aye.
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 I think that was unanimous, so motion carries. On finance office, Terry, would you like to present?
No monthly financials, which is right, next meeting. Don't really have any department updates. I did that firewall and, Aaron kind of reviewed it and we are asked for approval to first that, outright 1804 as opposed to, the other option was to
Receive about half.
lease it or whatever. And I talked to Chris from Golden West and he said that has like a 5 to 7 year life, he thought. So,
The life for the software
yeah.
before it needs to be.
Well, it's the hardware, yeah.
Yeah.
So I asked him,
That's the hardware.
1804, yeah, otherwise.
They're replacing hardware about every 6 years for security reasons.
So now.
So also, just to clarify too, it looks like it's through Golden West
Yes.
too.
Because our current firewall is going up to obsolete. So we have to do something.
You mind
This
if I
wouldn't make a big
mind if I make a motion to approve?
Yeah.
About 3,600.
Motion to approve, item 15C.
Second.
It's hardware, yeah, just you turn it on and it does its thing.
Second. Okay, sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off, Terry. So do we have any other comments or questions for Terry? Sounds like this is a hardware firewall appliance that will go between the computers and the internet connection and provide security for our office. And so I'm assuming this is going to go between like the router and the modem and our router, so that it'll cover all of the devices in the office then.
I would assume so.
Probably a unit and server rack. We have one now, right?
Yeah.
Replacing the existing hardware firewall. Yeah.
Alrighty.
So it works on both computers and everything.
In and out of the office goes through that.
Yeah, everything that's going through this connection. So
Okay.
if your phone or something in here that's just on its own connection,
No.
will not be covered, right? But anyway, so this is for the town. So any further? Okay, all those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Okay, sounds like unanimous. So motion carries. No old business. New business cleanup day, April 25th. We do have a little flyer here in the packet. So Donna, would you like to present on that?
Well, there was comment made that it hasn't been approved by the board. We've always done our cleanup day the same day as Rapid City does. It's just been a known fact.
Mm-hmm.
So it is April 25th, 2022.
And I did call.
7 a.m. to 3 p.m.
So I did have to call keepers and order the 2 dumpsters that took place over. in the post office parking lot.
Okay.
They'll actually bring them on Friday.
Nice.
Yeah.
What is the day of the week?
It's Saturday. But- So I think Rapid City has to clean up that week. So
Yeah.
we usually try to do it.
Dan, did you have a comment on that?
Yeah, I still will allow it to be on my lot, and I still will allow my loader to use, pushing down.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, thanks for that, Dan. Okay, and Marty, did you have something quick?
Yeah, HaHa's having an event that day, so they need to make sure that their parking area is clear so people can come in and out.
Oh, okay.
Ooh, what time is their event?
Actually, we are having a barbecue. We're barbecuing hot dogs, chips, and soda, for the people that are,
Okay.
working and going to the dumpster, kind of little fundraiser. But we do need people, there is a painting class or something from 11 to 3.
Oh.
We have something every Saturday to keep the museum open and out to the public.
Okay, thank you. Dan, did you have a quick update?
The museum has one rural parking there, and I'll make sure that we'll put everything on my lot, they can have their one rural parking. We'll be able to designate everything we do. So,
Okay, all right, thanks. Thanks for that, and thanks for letting us know, Shelley.
Yeah.
And so it looks like we got any of those conflicts figured out, so appreciate everyone's participation. Yep, and so let's move on to 17B. It's review HB 1245. So this is just a quick thing to put on everybody's radar. And this is something that came up at the municipal day or the municipal dinner, which is, so they recently passed HB 1245 this year, and it gives towns the ability to raise a local sales tax of up to 1% for a maximum of 5 years if 60% of the voters approve it. So it's a very interesting new tool that we do have as a town, that if we wanted to take advantage of that, we could maybe fund some of the bigger road projects or something like that, rebuilding Fifth Street, or another big project that you all are thinking of. So that's something to check out. Real quick, Phil.
just a thought on that, is that something that has to be, when you say for up to 5 years, does it have to be consistent all 12 months of the year? Or could you implement that during the tourist season?
That's an interesting question. I don't know if the bill covers that. So, if anyone would like to look that up and get back to us, that would
Just
be.
to try and draw in some outside money and, as the local people quite so bad, it's just a thought.
Absolutely.
Terry, would you check into that, please? Thank you.
Seasonal sales tax.
That's a good idea.
Yeah.
Doesn't Keystone do that?
Well, I don't know. They have
Okay.
so many tax
All
dollars.
right, well, let's move along to 17C, which is approved resolution to donate $5,000 of the Triple B funds to HaHa towards the roof repair project. We have this resolution here.
And there wasn't a number on the resolution, so
Yeah.
it would be number 2026-07.
Can we legally do that?
Yeah.
Can Monday?
Yeah, I looked up what is required to disperse the BBB, and it has to promote tourism, which HaHa has been promoting tourism for well over a year now, but definitely this last year even more. Thank you for that. And so I tried to include everything on here. I wasn't concerned that they would divert the funds to something else, but the legalese kind of made a point of saying that. So I could read the whole thing if you guys want to suffer through that. If you haven't read it. HaHa is a nonprofit organization dedicated to preserving and promoting the history, culture, and heritage of the Hermosa area. And whereas HaHa serves a cultural and historical attraction open to the public and contributes to tourism by drawing visitors to the town of Hermosa. Whereas the building that houses HaHa requires roof repairs in order to remain safe, accessible, and operational. And whereas the Board of Trustees finds that supporting the repair and continued operation of HaHa is a valid public purpose and promotes tourism and visitor-related activities within the town. Now therefore be it resolved by the town Board of Trustees of the town of Hermosa, South Dakota, that $5,000 is hereby appropriated from municipal gross receipts, tax revenues for the specific purpose of roof repairs to the HaHa building. Be it further resolved that such funds shall be used solely for that purpose. HaHa shall provide documentation of expenditures, a receipt, please. Be it further resolved that the Board of Trustees finds and declares that this appropriation supports tourism and serves as the public. May I have a motion? I will make the motion that we approve this resolution 2026-07.
Okay, Franny makes the motion, Donna seconds. Real quick, before any comment, I'll go ahead and read the title of the resolution just to get that on the record.
Okay, thank you.
Which is a Town of Hermosa Resolution number 2026-07, which is a resolution authorizing the appropriation of funds for roof repairs to the Hermosa Arts and History Association. So, Aaron and Linda.
Yeah, I just wanted to know, and I mentioned this to Katrina earlier when we were talking, historical associations are one thing called out in statute that towns are fully greenlit to fund. So it's actually like in statute that this is something we can not only fund, but own and operate ourselves if we want to. So there's lots of different pathways supporting our ability to use funds to support a historical association. So this is a really good one.
I hope you're not suggesting we forcibly annex HaHa.
I think they're already annexed.
Okay, all right. I think I misheard.
Oh, we're not going to, what's the other term? Appropriate.
Appropriate.
Forgot what you wanted to say.
Sorry.
No, I'm glad you said that, but it's still, I have this, it's supposed to promote Hermosa. And how does a roof promote? I mean,
No, they
Yeah.
they promote it
need a space in order to
promote it.
we're
So,
helping-
okay, I'm okay with it then. But you know, that just sounded not quite right. And so I'm really glad that this fits the bill for that, for this B and B funds. This is awesome.
About 14,000.
Yeah.
The roof started at 70,000. But they got to tear 3 layers off, then resheet it. And then they got to put nets on both buildings on the north side because they're only like 8 feet apart.
Yep.
You're doing shingles or tin?
Yeah.
Good.
Okay, so I guess I'll wrap up the discussion with saying that I went over there and toured HaHa during one of their events, and I think what they're doing there is really well put together. It looks really professional. I'm excited to see what all else you guys have hidden in the attic, get ready to pull out. And I do think that
Those hamburgers.
yeah, right. And I do think that HaHa is one of the organizations in town that's really working hard to do the things that they set out to do, and that they're being very successful in that. And that's why I personally don't have any problem with helping them try to get a roof. And so I'll just leave it at that. So all those in favor of the resolution to donate $5,000 triple B funds to HaHa Global Roof Repair Project, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Unanimous. Thank you. Okay, so on to item 17D, approve the website updates. And I believe that was an item Trina would like to see. would like to see on the agenda. So Trina, please,
Well, before I start, I'd like to make the motion to approve these updates for the website that are being presented today.
okay.
There a second?
Yeah.
I'll second that.
Okay.
Trina makes the motion to approve the website updates. Linda seconds. So would you like to?
The website currently has departments, and under departments, they have these ones listed. I didn't pick these, they were just out there. Without introduction paragraphs. I feel like a web page needs an introduction paragraph, so that's really what instigated this. So I had 2 paragraphs per per one page, except one of them has 3 paragraphs. And there's already some links out there, so I tried to make it as clear as possible. The all caps is used as a reference to what the formatting would look like. It's whatever Briley decides. But then the subtitles would be links to other pages. I will not read this document. There's several pages. If you guys want to take 2 weeks to look it over, that's fine. I would understand that, but at the same time, I'm pretty excited to see some of the stuff go up there. The tip page that's currently out there has the grease depot on there, and that time has passed and needs to be taken off, but the tip is still very much on the agenda and up for voting. So I think this corrects that page quite a bit. The other pages had a lot of links in there. I don't want to speak out of turn, but the audience may not know, and the board may not know. I don't know. I could be wrong, but my understanding is that the grease depot was completely. It wasn't ever a depot. It was a grease something else. It wasn't processing grease. It was.
Storing.
Yeah, it's getting late, sorry.
Let's just stick
So
to
anyway.
the website
Yeah.
updates.
Yeah,
That
so
you proposed here.
that's why I was taking it off of the website.
Right.
And then the brick stuff, I didn't have this that Joan gave us today. And just this 2025 annual report, maybe we have a link to that as well. All right, I'm rambling, I'm sorry. Any questions about these paragraphs that were created? Yeah.
Darren, did you have a question?
So yeah, it's like really just a establishing the descriptive side of things. That's good. Yeah, really kind of just, we're plugging away, making pages more because we needed to store links and stuff than because we needed the page for, so yeah, that's a good, I guess, the project plan says grease processing depot, like that's the wording, grease processing depot, so it's like,
It's
verbatim what
it's
it is.
out of date though, but that's
A
not.
depot where grease is
All right,
processed.
so
Anyway, yeah, I digress. No, this is good though, thank you.
kind of in the weeds a little bit, but
Can we have a vote?
yeah, are you guys ready to vote, or do we need to do an amendment to include the new document on there? For the new FEMA document? Are you okay with putting that on, or do you want to review that first?
No, I mean, I was reading it when she handed it out and then go ahead.
Or did you have a?
Oh, yeah, just quick, since it was something that was handed out to everybody on the board, it's automatically public, so we can just publish
Right.
it on the page.
Okay.
Motion.
Well, let's go ahead and call a vote on this one then. So all those in favor of approving the website updates that Trina made, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye, I think that's unanimous as well. So very well, motion carries. Moving right along, 17E, approve new town logo budget from BBB funds. Again, this was one that Trina was the the point person on, so would you like to introduce them?
I contacted 2 local people because of the BBB funds, I wanted to make sure that we used a local graphic artist. There's one in Custer, one in Rapid City. The Custer one is Bulldog something, and it's a smaller one, but they do some good work. And then the other, I'm missing that page, sorry. The other is on the back side here oh yeah, you have that page, I don't.
Oh.
Yeah, the smaller company in Custer did the Phelps logos, and Sign Express in Rapid did some of the Black Hill stuff. They're both pretty close to the same price, $70 for Custer per hour, $75 an hour for the Rapid City. Both of them said it'd be about 8 hours. After discussing with them, I took our current seal, which is a logo. It's another name for a logo. I had to look that up because a seal, you're thinking of notary seals and things like that. It's not the same. Anyway, we don't have it in color. It's only in black and white. I just took some time and made this up using AI, the color seal on front. Had some good feedback about this. We could just run with this one if you wanted. I'd still want a graphic designer to actually make it a circle. It's oblong. And then to do some additional graphics to go along with the logo.
Okay.
So I'm asking for approval for the $70 or $75 an hour for 8 hours.
How many hours are they thinking?
8.
8 hours. Okay, Aaron?
Something I think we've kind of done with these sorts of things in the past is to almost do it like a contest, like open it up to the public to,
We did a contest
We did.
last
Yeah.
winter. Yeah,
on the, like the seal design.
but we only had one person submit last year.
It was
That was the picture.
the picture on the website.
Yeah.
Yeah.
What was a good one, what Jody put in?
Yeah, she had some good, go ahead.
I would just like to put this on hold until the next meeting. I would like to talk to you some more about this and look into more of it, I guess.
Okay, so did you have a motion?
I would like to motion to table this till the next meeting.
Linda makes a motion to table.
We had a motion on Friday, so we'll have
Oh,
to.
hold on a second. You did.
Didn't we?
I didn't have.
No,
I had,
I
no,
had
we had,
written down.
Oh,
That was the last.
I don't
Yeah, I didn't have anything written
see,
down.
like I said, that's late.
Yeah.
It's okay.
Yeah, I see. We have a motion to table and seconded. I mean, did you guys have any comment on the tabling of it? No?
I
Okay,
didn't comment on the logo itself.
okay, would you like to, just give that in the public commentary section? We can get this one off the.
We're here.
I'd like to say it now, I don't know if Trinity knows, but the town was established because of the railroad.
Yeah.
I would like to see railroad on here.
Okay.
It looks like a locomotive or something.
Okay, yeah, okay, thank you for making that comment. So is there a way that people can submit feedback to you, Trina, to see if there's things that are important to them and important to the founding of the town that we can incorporate and make sure that that gets incorporated?
Sure, yeah, just
Yep.
send it in an email to the town office and I'll write down what you said now, so you know.
Okay, thank you for that. Kelly, did you have your hand up?
If you want to keep it local, there is a gal, Lynn. She does graphics design and embroidery design. She was at the Christmas Carnival. She is making banners for TW Bar and Black Hills Electric to welcome them from Hermosa Connects. But she also makes banners and graphics also.
is that Kathy Dahl?
No, it is Lynn, I can never say her last name,
Rod
CWAK, and Rod Jorgensen. They live out on 40 West.
Okay, all right, thank you. Dan, did you have any, I saw your hand up back.
Just about the logo and where it established and originated from, but.
Okay, well, please please forward all your comments on the design of the logo. And then Trina can be the point person of that. It sounds like, send them to Terry and then Terry can forward them to Trina. Is that?
Or admin assistant, and my email's there, but I kind of like having things go through.
Okay, yeah, so please do that and we'll get everybody's feedback and then when, if and when we're ready to submit everything to a graphic designer, we'll have all that, ready to go. So thanks again for everybody on that. So all those in favor of tabling the town logo for now, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye, okay, motion carries. I think it was unanimous again. So on to 17G with the cemetery yard waste. Donna, I believe this was your item you'd like.
Well, I'd like to see that the cemetery can use the dumpsters down here to what waste they have. There's gonna be trimming trees and stuff. And, you know, a lot of the people that are up there was citizens of Hermosa, and I don't, you know. Yeah, I'll make a motion that we approve the cemetery cleanup crew and ongoing to use the dumpsters.
I'll second that.
Okay. Aaron seconds. Linda, was your hand up?
Yes, it was, thank you. Margie, how much trash do you think there'll be, or how much yard waste? Or what all are you trimming
It
or?
will be mostly lilac bushes. And we can cut them in smaller pieces.
That is basically what your cleanup day is gonna be, was the lilacs or?
Well, no, there's a whole list in the magazine that came out, the newsletter, of what we're doing, that needs to be done, fencing, you know, filling holes,
Couple trees
painting.
cut down up there that are dead, dig them up.
Yeah, but somebody will take those for firewood, we have to put the trees in the dumpster.
Right.
But, you know, fixing fence, just all kinds of stuff, it's all in, yeah, the list is in the magazine.
And how long do you think that will take? Will you get it done in the one day?
Well, probably not.
Probably not.
No, we'll just make a stab at it. But they're doing their cleanup on the 18th.
18th, right?
Yeah, so they're not doing their cleanup the same day we are. For the town.
Yeah, free meal for whoever else afterwards.
Hot dogs or hamburgers?
Hamburger.
We do.
Okay, so we do have a motion on the floor that indicates the cemetery can use the dumpsters for their cleanup. Do we have any further comments on that one? Linda?
The dumpsters, the yard waste dumpsters themselves, have they been getting, pushed down?
Yeah, I believe so. I think Dan's been volunteering to push those down.
You are still doing it, Dan? Thank you very much for that. I know that saves the town a lot of money when you push them down like that, or when they get pushed down by whomever, it doesn't matter, but thank you very much for doing so. I would like to, in the future, discuss possibly paying Dan for his, when he pushes them down. I think that this is a good project, and I think we should allow this to happen. So,
Okay.
my opinion.
I have something to say.
Okay.
My husband has volunteered to push those dumpsters down, but according to Dan Halsred, his equipment isn't big enough.
I know,
Well,
and
hold on, let's just stick to the yard waste question at hand. So, all those in favor of the motion on the floor, please say aye.
I.
Aye, motion carries. Okay, on to items from constituents. Do we have any comments from the citizens in the town here? Dan?
I would still like to be put back on the volunteer list for the town too. So that I am allowed to help where needed, if requested by board or engineer or pushing the dumpsters down, so.
Okay.
Yeah, there is a form you have to fill out, Dan. I think we do have them out there somewhere. Or they're all gone. I'll get you one.
Thanks.
Here's the form.
Yeah, thank you.
And I want to appreciate all the hard work with all of your decisions tonight. It was a tough night. And I appreciate it. Personalities rage and go back and forth, but in the end, you all came together and still made good decisions. I appreciate that.
All right, thank you, sir. Linda.
I just wanted to make sure that Dan has that paperwork filled out before the cleanup day, because that he will be volunteering that day. So,
Okay.
and anybody else that, that is planning to help that day, volunteer at all, please fill out their forms.
Okay, Faye, is that your hand up?
Yeah, I appreciate that the board is keeping Scott James on. Really happy about that.
Okay, thank you for that comment. Do we have any other comments? Okay, on to trustee input. Anyone have anyone, sorry, would anyone like to volunteer, Trina?
Yeah, I still think that we need to have a work session on harassment and getting the paper work written up that we can send to people, just reminding people of what the laws are in South Dakota. I would like to suggest that we have that meeting on April 28th. That's the last Tuesday of the month.
Margarita time?
The purpose of the meeting would be to do that, as well as discuss
The board duties.
board duties.
How about the 23rd then? Does that work for anybody? It's a Thursday?
I didn't go to Thursday.
Nope, you can't do Thursdays. I always
I'm okay
forget that.
with that,
Okay.
with that Tuesday, if you guys want to do it at 6.
On Tuesday,
Yeah,
This day you said you couldn't be there, sorry. Can you be there Monday?
just a minute, I'm looking. Gotta see what day we chose. The 23rd. I have an engagement.
The 27th.
What days are we meeting on?
20, we have one on the 21st.
Yeah.
I really think we're leaving on the 22nd and we'll be back until July.
Stop it.
Till when?
Are you okay with us having a work session on that day on those topics? And if so, would you like to just submit something, your opinion on the matter so we can take it into consideration?
Can you be available by phone?
What day are you talking?
The 28th.
The 28th. Sounds like that's a good day for everyone.
That's the
Tuesday.
Yeah.
Okay, so let's set it at 6 p.m.
Okay.
Thanks, Donna.
Stop it.
6 p.m. it
It's
is.
gonna be nice though, and you're not gonna want to be sitting in here.
That's true.
Okay, so, Trina, was that the extent of your input?
Yes.
Okay, anybody else? Input?
Good meeting, thank you. It was hard, but it was good and it's done and I'm ready to go home.
Not yet.
Aaron's got his input.
Yeah, I've been, in order to do my design right, I need the specs on this pump that's up there. I mean, I don't necessarily need it. I could put together a generic design, but I really do. I've been asking for them for so long. The designs of the booster pump that's sitting up on the hill, nothing being done with it. That's the point, is to bring that back to life and make it what the town needed it to be, but it could never be before. So I don't know. I need the whatever specs I can get off of that. Other than that, I think we protected the town tonight on one particular item. We stopped the trust of the citizens from being damaged any further. And that's important. We need citizens to trust that we consider them when we make all our decisions. So that was good. And I think it's going to work out better for everybody involved, even Wade, I think, that him being able to sort of soft start in the world of municipal. Yeah, no, I think tonight went about as good as it could have hoped. Yeah.
Okay, Linda, did you have one?
No, I already gave my thing.
You already gave one? I will say something that we will need to have legal look at is the issue that was raised tonight on the referred resolution, that the project verbiage looked to be the same verbiage from the last time we did a bond that included the Gumbo Lily. I don't know if you guys caught that during the discussion. So we're gonna have to look with legal at how does that play out, because technically speaking, then that resolution is invalid. And it doesn't match what we were intending to do. So that's gonna have to be something that's resolved here, I think pretty soon. Definitely before the election, and find out what, if anything, we need to do. So I'd just like to bring that up to everybody, and, anyway, so there's always something going on that we keep track of, and I guess that one slipped through. I mean, we had how many people looking at that, and that slipped through, so anyways, I'll accept Donna's motion to adjourn from earlier. You guys will allow me that.
At 9:38?
3 seconds. 9:38, all those in favor?
Aye.
Aye, motion carries, we adjourn, thank you.